Hello, friends. Welcome to Coding Garden with CJ. Welcome to another episode in this series on modeling a SQL database and implementing a SQL database for a home inventory application. Welcome to the show. You may have noticed if you're watching on YouTube that I am not responding to any YouTube chats today. So if you'd like to chat, head over to Twitch, and also if you'd like to play the drop game, head over to Twitch to watch there. And if you have not seen this series yet, we essentially are modeling a somewhat complex SQL database, a SQL database that's a bit more complex than the average beginner SQL tutorial. So in the first episode, we designed it. Over the past few episodes, we've been attempting to implement the schema. We have gotten very preoccupied with questions and different things, so we actually haven't finished implementing the SQL database schema yet. And so today, no matter what, we're going to at least finish getting this SQL database implemented. So that's the plan. If you're watching on Twitch, you can check in the show notes. There's a link to this diagram. And all of the code that we're writing is also open source. So you can click the link to GitHub to see the code there as well. All the info is on Twitch as well. And I will say, if you do have questions, we can continue to use this Q&A thing that I have. So if you have a question, you can do !ask space your question, and it will appear here. If you want to upvote it, you can do !upvote followed by the question number. And if you want to comment on a question, you can do !comment followed by the number as well. Let's say hello to all the people in the chat. Welcome, everyone. This is weird that all the chats are purple, but we're doing it. We're doing it. Hello, Radan. Hello, hey. Oh, hey, Nola. What's up, Nola? And hello, Mustafa and Samar. And Pintanero, welcome. And Mustafa. And Win32 Day, welcome back. And hello, Amin. Good evening, Julian. Hello, Vinicius. Hello, Portal. What's up, Coding Pasta? Hello, One Line of Me. Hello, Limuel and Cold Sun. And Chris Two's Mag. Welcome. And hello, Billy Box. And Doc, what's up, Doc? And Mint Jim and Terrazoid. Welcome, everyone. And Luke from the UK. Welcome. And Coder in Black and Harold. And we got a couple follows. Thank you, Rod, for the follow. And thank you, Troll Tamer, for the follow. Hopefully you can help us tame those trolls. There usually aren't any here on the Coding Garden. And what's up, Nola? Comment. Test. Yes, your question worked. Great work. And hello, Eamon. And oi, Bob, what's up? Yeah, chat is saying I cannot cast Twitch to my Chromecast. I used to be able to. You should be able to. Make sure your Chromecast is on the same network. Actually, I don't even know if I have a Chromecast on my network right now. But usually the Chromecast icon just pops up. Or you can click up here and go to Cast. And it will usually pick up on the fact that there's a video embedded on the page. Valorant drop. I've seen Valorant being played. It looks like the new hot thing. I don't play games much. Mashiko says, it's pretty late here. I wish it could be tomorrow. I apologize. I was doing things this morning, and I wanted to stream earlier, then I didn't, and then also, I spent some time building a YouTube chatbot. So I've been streaming for 2 years, and this is the first time that I've actually sat down to code a bot that can actually send messages in the YouTube chat. And it was just as hard as I thought it would be, but I finally got it working. There's a message that's being sent every 2 minutes, or every minute in the YouTube chat to remind them to come over here. And Mustafa. Currently following the React hook stream. Cool. Hopefully that helps out. You can learn some React. What is the most complex database you've designed? I think you asked that here. Cool. Yeah, we'll get to that. Definitely. Whoa, chat almost instantly appears on the stream. Yes, because we're not listening for YouTube chats. Impy is watching from mobile. That's okay. No worries. Thanks for being here. Oh, Portal Gaming says Instafluff is doing Ludum Dare. That's cool. Whoa! Hello, Coder in Black. And what's up, Joe Mama? Trying to finalize Super Mario Odyssey. Very cool. And hello, Troll Tamer and Impy. Oymate doesn't show up on the greeting. No, it doesn't. Just hellos. Hello, Nicotechnic. Welcome back. Who says, hello, CJ and all good people. So how many lines of code today? More than 9. We can take bets now on how many lines of code I'm going to get to write. But last time, I think it was like maybe 9 or 10 lines of code. It's going to be way more. Way more. And hello, Deb. Switch from YouTube. Yes. Cast button shows up for Bob, so that's good. And hello, Ahmed. Welcome. I read my name right. Nice. But Valorant has a big backdoor. Again, I've seen people playing the game, but I don't know much about it. Someone's got to still moderate the YouTube chat though. It's free real estate for the trolls. This is true. True. YouTube chat is a whole different beast. Like, I know that they can see those messages, but they still keep sending messages. I don't know what's up with that. And actually, I talk about it like you're not here. You're still here, YouTube viewers, right? You're still watching. It's just, yeah. All right, let's keep moving. Whoa. Why you left us on YouTube? 2 to 3 second delay, 2 of which is on the stream, so that's good. Nice. I'm a spammer in my own channel. Yes, but notice, or maybe, hey, am I not a mod in my own channel on YouTube? I don't know. At least my name is yellow. The anti-cheat runs on Ring 0. Direct kernel to boot. Interesting, Portal Gaming. Yes, that's the plan. We're going to get as much coding as done possible. Look, like, we're getting through the chat. I think it's going to be possible. Thank you, Julian, from Colombia. Thanks for dropping by. This message was sponsored by Star Force. Greetings, Shurkim. Welcome. Do I use VS Code at my job, or do I have to use the editor your company chooses? I get to use whatever I want, and I prefer VS Code. I know a lot of web developers that use WebStorm, which is from JetBrains. It's kind of like the Visual Studio Code for JavaScript development. Though you can use Visual Studio Code, not Visual Studio Code, Visual Studio, the thing that's usually for C#, but it's that for JavaScript. But I still use VS Code. But I will say, so I use it with TypeScript, and the auto-completion and IntelliSense actually lags quite a bit, which is kind of a pain. But not pain enough that I've switched to using something else. Slowly pulling away from YouTube. Yeah, first no chats, next no video. Next no video for YouTube, just audio. Yeah, I'm doing everything I can to not violate any sort of terms of service, because I'm streaming on YouTube right now. So you can, and the thing is, there are quite a few people that have like a YouTube app on their TV, but they don't have a Twitch app, so it's harder for them to watch. So we're still live on YouTube. I think it's against the terms of service to, at least from what I checked, to post a video telling them to go watch another video on some other service. I've never seen anything about the live chat, though my YouTube channel could get shut down tomorrow. We never know. And if that's the case, I'll just build my own video platform, because we can. Pray for YouTube chat. This is probably not going to happen. One can dream, but it's probably not going to happen, and that's okay. And the thing is, doing more live streams on Twitch, I'm still going to archive my videos to YouTube, and it will potentially force me to create more edited, highlights of the live streams. Because the thing about YouTube right now is the people that subscribe to my channel have no choice. They have to watch the VODs. And Josh with the super chat, oh, thanks so much. That still shows up. Who says, what are we building today? We are working on the SQL database. So this is probably the 5th stream that we've done on this. We designed the database in the first stream. We've slowly been building it out, and we're going to continue that today. What was I saying? I don't know. Probably wasn't important. And thanks for the follow, Rivar. Yeah, hopefully. How do I feel about Vim? It's fine. I think, like, if you like Vim and that's your preferred way of editing code, good for you. What I don't like about it is that every person's instance of Vim is configured to their own keyboard shortcuts. So it's usually somewhat hard to sit down at someone else's Vim configuration and be fluent in that editor because they've set it up in a totally different way. And that's fine, but you have to remember all of those keyboard shortcuts. All of the keyboard shortcuts that I use work anywhere, so I can sit down anywhere and be productive coding. Also, Vim and Emacs and all these things come from the days of when we didn't really have a user interface and you had to use the terminal, and we're past that. We have GUIs now. But if you like Vim, that's great. But I don't. Interesting, Portal Gaming. I need your roadmap to recommend to learn JavaScript. I need to create a roadmap is what I need to do. I always recommend Free Code Camp because they kind of break it down. So if you click on the JavaScript algorithms and data structures section, they have a basic JavaScript section, an ES6 section, and like this is one of the best places on the web where you can really see kind of like a step-by-step process for learning JavaScript. You have to use the website to learn, which isn't ideal for some. But this is a good roadmap, and you could use this as your learning guide and find resources elsewhere. So I do recommend Free Code Camp. Check it out. GUI? Did I say GUI? Here I am. Yeah, I'll still share links on YouTube. I'll still do that. But I should create my own roadmap. Absolutely should. Benefits of TypeScript. We can talk about that. Is YouTube being deprecated? That's such a programmer word, but we are programmers here. Yeah, Nola says, indeed, I personally use Vim. Minimalism. Yeah, and then the other thing about Vim is if you want IntelliSense, or like autocomplete or snippets, you have to configure all of that. Whereas with VS Code, it kind of just comes out of the box. But I know I've seen some very serious Vim configurations where it looks like you're inside VS Code. You get autocomplete, you get the red squiggly line, all that stuff, but it requires configuration. Mixer will conquer them all. That's another streaming platform, yeah. I can bring everyone over to Twitch in 1 second by making a Twitch exclusive web audio API tutorial. This is like insider coding garden joke from over a year ago, but I appreciate it. Thanks for bringing it up, Impy. Chris says, a lot of people actually, Twitch isn't on TVs, at least officially, and that's a problem. Twitch, are you listening? Yeah, exactly. My few lines of code teaches more than ever expensive complete courses ever can do. I appreciate that, Nicotechnic. I don't know how true it is, but I do appreciate it. And I think that's the thing, is we really try to break things down here. We don't just gloss over it. So yeah, rip. I could always install a Twitch TV app before I installed a YouTube app. Yeah. What's up, Alka? Hopefully you're doing okay. It's been a while. Are you working on Ludum Dare? Because I'm not. Like every other programming streamer on Twitch is probably working on Ludum Dare, and I'm not. Oh, they make you use IntelliJ? That's ridiculous. I have heard of people's work require that they use a specific editor, and I guess they can do it for school too. But I have no preference what other people use. If it works, that's great. Yeah. Alka says, I have no game ideas and I have other projects. Me too. I'm actually working this weekend. We're taking a quick break to stream for you all and hang out. But after this, I got to go back to work. I'm launching a product on Tuesday. So, and Josh, with another super chat, who says, nothing, just $1. Thank you very much, Josh. Much appreciated. When I get some time, will I explain promises in JS? Yes. We need to make a list of ideas. Let's see. Are there more questions here? Yeah, and if you feel free to, if you have a question, ask it here, because we'll come do them in order after we acknowledge everyone. Is this YouTube Ignore YouTube Day? It is. It is actually, which is crazy. There are 79 people watching on YouTube. But I guess that just goes to show there might actually be quite a few people that don't necessarily participate in the chat, but still like to watch. And I appreciate you. Thanks for being here. Yeah, very true. Use YouTube as a notification. That's true. It'll let you know when I go live and then switch over to Twitch. Though both platforms I've experienced issues where subscribers or followers don't get a notification immediately. But yeah. Oh, thank you. I don't know how to pronounce your name, but thanks for tuning in. Let's see if I can translate it. Dismal pudding. Dismissal pudding. Well, thank you very much, Dismissal Pudding from South Korea. Vim for the win. Is it worth it to learn assembly language? It's worth it to know what assembly language is, and the fact that at a much lower level, that's actually what's happening on your computer. But is that useful in your everyday life as a web developer? No. I don't have any videos on Next. And thanks for the follow, Lando and Sasan and Doom Noob. And hello, Aram. Okay, how about a roadmap for this project before I dive into code? Yeah, I'll do a quick review. I usually always do. We'll review what we've done so far, and then we'll get into it. All right, is there anything else? Anything else? Some government branches require that you use Microsoft Word for coding. Ridiculous. Ridiculous. What do I think about TypeScript? TypeScript has its place. If I'm coding for fun, I do not like TypeScript. If I'm coding, and this is answering someone else's question too, if I'm coding on a team or if I'm making a project that other people will use, TypeScript makes a whole lot of sense. Hello, Core. Welcome. Tips on writing call for papers and how to prepare conference presentations. I've never really done this. The thing is, my types of talks are typically tutorials. Like I'm just teaching you how to do something. And conference talks are very different. I mean, they can a conference talk can be a tutorial. That is definitely a thing, but it's not a common thing in conference talks. Conference talks are usually like you have an interesting spin or an interesting look on a specific topic or a specific thing that you're doing, and you just present that. Whereas I just go with the flow. Like we're trying to learn something, we can break off and answer questions. I don't have a strict plan. And I have given, I mean, meetup talks. I mean, I don't know. I would say when I do give a talk, it's basically like a very prepared lesson. So, I don't know. Mixer doesn't have these issues. All right, let me acknowledge the follows, and then we can get to the questions and then a review of the code. Thanks for the follow, Tchaikovsky Dev, and IC Killer, and CBES. Welcome. And hello. Hello, hello. Can I make an only button or text field responsive to mobile using CSS? Yes. I mean, you want to look into media queries. It's definitely possible. With media queries, you can say on mobile, it should be styled this way versus not. All right, let's see what questions we got over here. And if you do want to ask a question, you can use these commands. Exclamation mark ask, or exclamation mark upvote, or exclamation mark comment on the given number. How's my day? My day is going pretty good. I was actually hanging out in Saints Plays stream. Is he still live? Yeah, he's still live. And let's see, is he still working on... He might be doing code katas at this point. Or maybe he's working on his overlays. Oh yeah, failing to make custom overlays. But Saints Plays is a mod here on the Coding Garden as well as the Coding Train. And I believe NOLA is a mod on... Oh, NOLA is definitely a mod on Coding Train as well. How do I approach hiding and showing content in the front end based on user permissions? Do I send all permissions from the back end to the front end? Yes, absolutely. And this is especially if you're structuring your application where your front end is completely and totally separate from your back end. So you have a single page application, let's say. And yes, that's the case. I have a front end application right now that technically, I mean, you can do code splitting. So like if they don't have access to a specific part of the site, you don't actually send them that JavaScript. But at the end of the day, all of that JavaScript to load those pages and access those parts of the pages, that is not secret. It's just front end code. And it's all about the back end restricting what that user can have access to. So yes, I've absolutely done this. A user token can include the user's permissions, and then the front end can decide what pages to show based on that. And actually an example of that is my Q&A website, which we haven't used recently, but we're going to get back to that pretty soon. But you'll notice when you go to qa.coding.garden, this is all you see. You actually don't see any buttons here for archiving or different things like that. But when I log in, let me hide my screen for a second. I have a front end check to see, like, am I the right user? And if I am, it gives me extra admin buttons. But just because they're hidden on the front end, oh wait, I logged in with the wrong thing? Dang it. But they're even though they're hidden, if you were to try to open up the DevTools and show those buttons, those buttons still wouldn't work because I have backend restrictions. Let me wait, not that. Yes, this. Okay. So I am at qa.coding.garden and I'm logged in as me, and you'll notice now I can see who's voted on a question, and I can wait, what is it? Okay, and I can also archive a question, and I can also highlight a given question, and this is the exact same page that you are seeing even when you're logged in, but because I'm me and I'm the admin, I just have a front end check that looks at my role to make sure that I can actually see these things. But you can try it. Try it right now. Try to hack the website. Open up the DevTools. Try to get these buttons to show up. My backend will stop you from doing that because the backend double checks to make sure that you actually have access. So yes, that is how I handle things. There are other ways. Let me know, like, that's not the only way to do it, but that is how I do it. And thanks for the follow, iBaldi. Who else? An EPD, and MVKR, and Noobster Panda. Baked beans. Welcome, welcome. What is the most complex database I've designed? I'm working on a. I would say at a certain point, when you start to get into like fairly large applications, they're all about the same. I mean, you have potentially 10, 20, 30 tables, all with relationships and potentially like join tables. Um, so I would say most apps that I've built in production for my current job are fairly complex. Um, and it's been in different domains. Right now I'm working on a telehealth app. Before that I was working on a like accounting application for farmers. In the past I worked on a data aggregation and visualization thing, and that had a fairly complex database. What else? I've built like a learning management system, and that database was pretty complicated as well. So I would say if you're building an app that a lot of people are going to use and there's a lot of data involved, it kind of gets complex. I don't know if I could pick one. How to make a framework like Vue or React? It looks someone like someone made Svelte. Actually, I have just the video for you. If you go to YouTube and you search for Coding Garden Vanilla MVC. This is, and actually, someone asked earlier about like conference talks. This is an example of a meetup talk that I gave, and it's just me coding. But in roughly 27 minutes, I show you how to build like a very basic version of something like Vue or React using vanilla JavaScript. And hopefully that will answer your question, but it's really all about like how you structure the code. And I talk about it in that talk that all of these things that you're talking about are actually open source because we are in the JavaScript and web development world. So if you can look at the source code for Vue.js and you can look at the source code for React to see how they did it. And in that video, I made a very, very dumbed down, simplified version, but it gives you an idea of how someone might create a library like that. Why did you leave us? Sincerely, the YouTube people. It's because I am... I've applied for Twitch Partner, and so pretty soon, if I get it, I don't know if I'm going to get it or not, if I get it, then I will be most likely, it's all up in the air right now, but most likely I'll be streaming exclusively on Twitch. There's a lot of what ifs, and I've been talking about it for a long time, so this also is just an experiment, right? There are 93 people watching on YouTube right now. Like, what is that? 98? What does that mean? So it like there are certain people that watch but don't necessarily need the chat, because you see I'm not acknowledging any YouTube chats today, but there are still people watching there, which is fine. It's great. Thank you for watching on YouTube. But eventually I might stream only to Twitch, and so those people will have to come over here. So that's the main thing. And you're not abandoned. I'm still going to upload videos to YouTube, all that good stuff. It's not being deprecated. It potentially will become where live streams go to live after the live stream, but I'm still going to be uploading videos and potentially uploading more YouTube videos. So yeah, I don't have a way to show your attempted cross-site script. Explain promises when I get a chance. I think we can do that in this code because we're using async await, so I'll hold on to that one. What is a way to implement a login system without using PHP? Check out my YouTube channel. I have a few playlists on implementing auth with node.js, which is JavaScript. That's not PHP. But all of the authentication and authorization concepts can be implemented with any backend language. It doesn't have to be PHP, or it doesn't have to be Node.js. Because at the end of the day, it all works on HTTP. So, yeah. Are there more follows? There are. Thank you for the follow, Don, and Dare, and SQVat, and OTK, and the Nick, and Alex, and Nurk. Welcome, welcome. Some watch on both Twitch. I guess that's true. There could be people that are watching on both. That's potentially inflating the YouTube number. And thanks for the follow, Hardick and Tony Capone. Let's see, are there any more hellos? Anne says, hi, CJ from lockdown in Czech Republic. Nice. Hello, Cinnamon Bun. And hello, EPD from South Africa. How do I persist data with a Docker container when deployed? I'll show you my Docker volumes. And hello, Perek from Poland. Yeah, I'll show you in a second. If you watch both, you get an echo. Yeah, YouTube is delayed. All right, yeah. Well, we're about to get into the code, so I'll explain that. What does TypeScript help you make? TypeScript is a superset of JavaScript in that all valid JavaScript is valid TypeScript, but TypeScript adds a little bit of stuff on top. So anything you can build with JavaScript, you can build with TypeScript. but it adds compile time type checking, which prevents you from making potential mistakes. And all of those annotated types also give other developers a good development experience if they're using your code, because it can predict what should be passed into a function or what properties need to exist on an object or different things like that. 2 monitors so you can watch CJ twice. I keep my Docker volumes very low. Not too loud, but not too quiet. Nice, Bob. That makes sense. And hello, Wikasa from Morocco. Am I going to do the front end with PHP? No, we're going to do it totally decoupled. We'll have a front end built with some front end framework, and we'll have a back end built with Node.js. That's the plan. How do I name variables and functions? I try to be descriptive. Look up Clean Code. It's a really good book by Uncle Bob. All the examples are in C#, but it applies to JavaScript or in any other programming language as well. And someone wrote like an article or a GitHub thing called Clean Code JavaScript too. Will I be eating any baked beans today? No. Is React or React Native better if you want to deploy your application also on mobile devices? So React Native uses everything that you know about React. So the same way that you've built applications in React that work on the web, you use that same model, the unidirectional data flow, immutable data, render functions. All of those concepts are exactly the same in React Native. What's different is how it's actually being rendered. So in React Native, you don't have web elements. You don't have divs. You don't have spans or p tags or h1s. You have elements that are specific to mobile development. So it's not one or the other. It's kind of like you need to know the basics of React to use React Native. Yeah. Select star from tab. Nice, Billy Box. Am I doing the challenge thing where we create websites with vanilla.js? I don't know what you mean by that, but no, I don't think so. Do I follow any style guides for JS? I like the Airbnb style guide, mainly because they've made a ton of decisions that I agree with, but you can use their config and you don't really have to set anything up manually. Yeah. Can you and all web developers in here please answer my questionnaire? I think I've seen you asking this in different Twitch channels. I probably won't fill it out on screen, but if one of the mods wants to verify that link, maybe use a VPN or something like that. VPN. But yeah, check it out if it's legit. Wait. Hello, Otikash. I have a question. I'm starting in backend and I want to create a web application with Node and Electron. I want to make load the web through the server side. What more do I need? You want to serve the application from your backend as static files? Is that what you mean? Because that's definitely possible with Express and Node.js. So if you're using Express, there is a static middleware, express.static. And this will statically serve the files in a given folder. So you can have your Express Node.js application, and then you can have a folder called public or whatever you want to call it. And as you add this as a middleware that just says express.static public, and then Express will also serve up the static files. Do they have an example? Yeah, like this. So app.use express.static. And you can pass in various options. Yeah, me too, Greasy. So I use the Airbnb config, but there's a few rules, probably like 10 or so rules that I don't necessarily agree with, so I overwrite, but the rest of them are great, and I agree with them. And thanks for the follow, Nemuel Tofu. All right, so you're very welcome, Otikash. Let's get into it. Like I mentioned, in the first episode, we designed the database. We've been working on implementing, or basically creating the database schema. And for that, we're using a library called knex.js. So this is a JavaScript library that is a SQL query builder. So this library allows you to write JavaScript code that gets turned into SQL code to create your database tables and eventually to query and insert data into your database tables. What's cool about Knex is you can use one JavaScript syntax and then you can choose what database you're using and it automatically translates to the right kind of SQL. We in particular are using Postgres with the help of a nice Docker container, but you could use this exact same code that I'm writing for any of these other databases that are supported. A lot of people tend to ask how to hide Twitch chat. Are you on web or mobile? It's a good question, though. For all the newbies to Twitch that are coming over for the first time, if you're watching on web, there is this button. You can collapse it. And I think there's a way to collapse it on mobile. Not quite sure. We should be able to. Yeah, oh yeah, if you click full screen, it'll hide the chat. Yeah, there you go. Everyone's got it. Awesome. So a lot of people ask the question, what's the difference between knex and something like SQLize or Bookshelf? Knex is a much lower level library. Knex is a SQL query builder in that you write your code and it generates SQL queries. This is not an ORM or an object relational mapper. An object relational mapper typically allows you to create relationships with objects, like object-oriented programming, and through those relationships, it generates the SQL code that you would need. But we are not doing that. We're one level lower. It's just a SQL query builder. It is not an ORM. And people have asked this, is this like Entity Framework? It's different because it's not an ORM. So I would say something like SQLize.js, SQLize, is more like Entity Framework because you can create your models. And with SQLize, you can actually do model first. So you could write the code, and then it will generate all the SQL you need to create the tables. So there's SQLize. There's also Bookshelf, which I don't think is as popular anymore. Bookshelf.js. Yeah, and then the one that I prefer is called Objection.js. Looks like it's still a thing. So there's Bookshelf. There's also Waterline.js, which looks very interesting. I haven't used it, but I've looked at the docs and it looks pretty cool. But the one that I like the most and I'm using in production and it's awesome and it does everything that I want to do and I haven't come across any weird bugs or edge cases is Objection.js. And the thing is, this is actually built on top of knex, so I can use the two together just fine. So like I'm creating my tables with knex, and eventually we'll use Objection to create our relationships and stuff like that. Us YouTube folk showing our... No, it's totally fine. Like Twitch is it's a whole new app. Like you've never used that website before, so it's totally fine. Which is most like Laravel? I don't have much experience with Laravel, but I know that Laravel has things built in, and it is a it's a framework that includes a lot of things for you, like server-side rendering and various other things. In terms of the node.js world, you might look at Sales.js, because Sales.js is an MVC framework built on top of Express for Node.js. This is inspired by Rails, and that it's convention over configuration, and that is Ask actually doing something? Yeah. Look at this. It should be anyways. Yeah, so Sales might be more similar for Laravel. Feathers.js is another one that's kind of like it's a framework built on top of Express that allows you to build applications a little bit faster. I really like Feathers. I'm using Feathers in production as well. Yeah, like my preferred Node.js stack right now is Feathers.js, either Postgres or MySQL, Objection.js for the models, knex for the database. That's about it. That's my preferred backend. What do I mean for DB ORM? So those things that I mentioned, SQLize, Bookshelf, Objections, those are an ORM. And hello, Matthias, or Matthew from France. How does one find new stuff like Sales, knex, and Feathers? I've been in the Node.js world for like over 5 years, so it kind of kind of come across it. Really just some Google searches. Like look for, if you're coming from some other language, you could potentially search for that thing, JavaScript, to find equivalents, or you can search for wait, what? They're showing up here. The thing is, will I code today? Hey. Yes, I'm about to. We're getting all the questions out of the way. That's the plan, right? We're going to answer as much questions as possible and just code. No. What was I saying? Oh yeah, or if you just search for JavaScript ORM, you can see what you find. The thing is, I also have a background in C#. So there were certain tools that I used when I was working in .NET and C#, and I was like, I wish these existed in JavaScript. Do they? So I did some searching around to try and find them. And hello, JFellyWeb. I'm sorry if I missed your hello farther down. Yeah. Oh, nice. Welcome. Oh yeah, Adonis.js is another one. And I think you're absolutely right, Boswell. This is one that is influenced by Laravel. Adonis. It boils down to confidence. The Node.js web framework. Yeah, so there's this. There's also Loopback, which I've seen but haven't used. There's a lot out there. I like Feathers. That's all I got to say about that. But these others are options, and they're valid. I'll tell you really quick. Oh, thank you, Mashiko. Yeah, we're almost at 42. At 42, we are gonna do a big celebration. At least a 12-hour stream. At least. There's an endless supply of questions. There really is. I switched from C# because of my job. So I went to university. I learned programming in Java, C, C++. I did system administration and bash scripting. I did like a little bit of web development in PHP. And then I went to the career fair and found a job, and the company that I got hired at was using C#, so I had to learn C#. But then after that, I got a job teaching, and they were teaching Node.js. And before that, I started to learn Node.js as well. And I started to really like JavaScript. So I sought out a job where I could be doing that. But why did I switch? The cool thing about the Node.js ecosystem, I mean, it's a good thing and a bad thing, is that because even if you're doing server-side development with JavaScript, because JavaScript is an interpreted language, it lends itself really well to open source in that the majority of people writing JavaScript post and publish their work open source so that other people can use it. And then in turn, because it's not a compiled language, you can look at the source and learn from it and potentially build other things. So the Node.js world has tons and tons of open source packages, most of them published to NPM that you can use, that you can learn from. Now, is it a good thing to just use a bunch of NPM packages? Probably not. You got to be pragmatic about it. You also got to research and make sure they don't have issues. But that's a very interesting thing about the Node.js and JavaScript ecosystem, is that the majority of things are open source, so you can learn from them and build from them. When does everyone want you to eat baked beans live? You know what? I could. How about we set up a donation meter, and if I get to, I don't know, I don't want to set a number because somebody's going to do it. Somebody's going to just drop a giant donation and make me eat these baked beans. You know, let's set it to something outrageous. I dare you. We're going to set up a $1,500 donation meter, and if we make it, I will eat this whole can of baked beans on stream. $10,000. It's not that it's hard about it. It's just like, why do you want to see me eat beans on stream? I like that. 1337. Should I set it up? Type 1 in the chat if I should set a 1337 donation goal. I've never set a donation goal on this stream. 0.9. I'll cook them first, right? All right, everybody wants me to do it, so I think Streamlabs has a pretty seamless way of creating a donation goal. I don't know. This is a programming stream. What are you doing? You want to see me eat baked beans? Hey, Wolfie, welcome. You know, I guess I learned this from my dad, but my dad used to eat things straight out of the can. And I think it's totally fine to do, right? I mean, I could just eat this. Donations, I'm out. You don't have to donate. Is this still a stream? Script Kitty with the $10 donation. Thank you so much, Script Kitty, who says challenge accepted. All right, let me find a donation widget. Yeah, donation goal. There we go. I will eat baked beans on stream. Goal amount, 1337. Starting amount, well, actually, we can include the super chats. So, Script Kitty with the, don't make me go on. Script Kitty with a $10 donation, and then we got a few super chats, I believe. $2. And I think there was a $1 one too, wasn't there? Yeah. 3. So we're at $13 so far. We're on our way. And this ends today. No, by tomorrow, I guess. Month, day, oh god. Month, day, year. Mashiko with the $2 donation. Thank you so much. $15 starting amount, and the goal is $13.37. Why can't I subscribe to the channel? Because I'm not an affiliate yet. I have my partner application in. Am I gonna code anytime soon? Yes, right after I make this donation meter. I will eat baked beans on stream. Start goal. Goal saved. Copy. This used to be a coding stream. Here we go. Add a browser. Dono goal. I'm gonna say dono like all the gamers do. Mashiko with the $2 dono. How big should I make this? Height, like 200? Where should we put that? I guess does it work right there? How's that? Let me know in the chat if that looks good. Already a professional Twitch streamer. Cool. Let me acknowledge all the follows, and then we're gonna write some code. So thank you, Inette, for the. The thing, if my kitchen was cleaner, I would start a live stream cooking show. Oh, thank you, Market. Much appreciated. All right. Thank you, Annette, for the follow. Uber Drive By. Sean did Witty. Blue, David, Rodri, Lamento, and Gregors. Thanks for the follow. Maybe on the bottom right. That's probably good. Let's do that. It's kind of hard to see. I guess can we add it? I could probably add a transparent background. Let me see. 0.9, 0.8. $1 donation from Merlin. Thank you very much. We can just put it right there. The text is conflicting, though. I don't know if I can control the text color. And did you send a message, Merlin? One step closer to the bean apocalypse. And Mashiko earlier said, for you to eat baked beans was mine, I dead at lol. What? Okay. Bottom middle is good. All right, we'll leave it there. And we'll actually write some code. So let's get into this. Cleaner kitchen. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. And thank you, Dave Software and Merck, for the follows. So, we answered a few questions. We'll get into this now. Will I code today? Yes, we're going to code right now. Thank you, Diane, for asking that. I will accept those eventually. Yes, baked beans. If we meet the dono goal, we're going to eat baked beans. And thank you, Fabian, for the follow. Here we go. So first up, we need to start up our Docker container. Because that's where our database lives, inside of a Docker container. What is so special? Oh, so if you watch the very, I'll elaborate on that and then we'll get started. But if you watch the very first episode of this modeling a SQL database, I used baked beans as an example for our inventory system, and I think we'll actually start there. So anybody that's totally new to all of this, we'll start with actually just talking about the database model and how to work with images in knex. Typically, thank you, Mashiko, who says another one. Eat. Thank you very much, Mashiko. Typically, when you're working with a SQL database, you store the images in some object storage like AWS S3 or something like that. And then you would take that URL and store that in your database. But actually, I do want to talk about it just so it'll make a little bit more sense for people. So we have an item table here, and this stores all the items in our inventory. However, different item, like the same item might have information about it Nico Technic with the $25 donation, who says, "So baked beans, huh?" Yes, baked beans. Thank you very much, Nico Technic. And so we can bake. These are the same. Oh, look at that. Wait, what's happening? Is it supposed to be animated? But these are the same, right? But they're not. They have two different expiration dates. They also could have potentially been beans. Thank you, Terrazoid. Much appreciated. They also could have been purchased on a different date and at different locations. So while they are the same item, there's a lot more information about them. It's probably my image proxy that I'm using. Yeah. And thank you very much, Terrazoid, for the $2 donation. Beans. So we're using baked beans. And this item table stores the general information. So this item table is going to store things like original seasoned with bacon and brown sugar baked beans. Great. Then it'll also store the description, which we can take from like the back of the can or whatever. But, and the SKU, which is like the barcode. Because every barcode is going to be the same. But what's different is potentially the expiration date and different things like that. So this table, the item info table, is going to store that. And we're going to have an entry in the item info table for every instance of baked beans. So I have like a box full of like 10 baked beans. And thank you, Mashiko, who says beans. Thank you very much for the $1 dono. And Greg Spasek with a $5 dono. Much appreciated. We're on our way. We are on our way. Thank you very much. Beans. And people, if you look at that first YouTube video, there's a YouTube comment that was asking, why don't we have a quantity table? I'm giving in one. Yeah, no worries. Okay. I'll just preface right now that you do not have to donate. It is not at all expected. The code is open source. I'm going to keep answering your questions. This is a joke. It's probably a funny joke. And I appreciate all the donations that are coming in. And also, but I'm somewhat challenging you. We're not going to get to 1337. We're not, right? But yes, so we don't have a quantity column on the item table. And the reason for that is you could run into a race condition where you're potentially incrementing or decrementing the quantity at the same time. Right. So what we do is for every instance of baked beans, we have a new row in the item info table. Right? This is where the baked bean comes from. Baked beans. Okay. It's because we appreciate you. Well, thank you. Reverse psychology. You know, a lot of Twitch streamers do it. Like, yeah, a lot of them do. I've watched a lot of Twitch streamers be like, don't donate. And it's just funny because people keep donating. And thank you, Fabian, for the follow, and Koiz. So, oh, thank you, Alka. So that's our database model. We worked on the relationships and all the extra tables and whatnot, and now we're actually implementing them. And so we have this Docker Compose file that just spins up a container with Postgres inside of it. And there was a question, what is, or can I explain the container part? So Docker itself is a containerization technology. If you're familiar with virtual machines, this is like that, but not. It's actually kind of different. But the idea that with a virtual machine that you could potentially have multiple like little machines or little different operating systems running on your machine that all have a different operating system and are all working at the same time, but they're virtual. Sparks Joy is a joke. If you're familiar with Marie Kondo, she has this idea that if something doesn't spark joy, then you should probably get rid of it to declutter your life. So if our baked beans do not spark joy, then we'll know that we need to get rid of them. So Docker is kind of like virtualization in that you can potentially have multiple different instances. And thank you very much, Alka, for the donation with no message. Much appreciated. But with Docker, they're called containers, and it's not like virtualization because it's not virtualizing the CPU and the memory and everything else. Your operating systems actually all live beside each other and share some resources. And one of the things it's really useful for is to have a totally pre-configured image, which is basically like an instance of a container that we don't have to configure ourselves. So typically, if you're trying to, and thank you for that, Josh. A really good video that's probably going to do a much better job than I'm doing on explaining Docker, but I'll explain Docker in our context. So because we're using Postgres as the database, Postgres itself is a full-fledged database management system. Here it is. And Zeke with the $3 donation, thank you very much. Much appreciated. So Postgres is, yeah, it's a full app, and you have to install it. And it itself has dependencies, and if you were setting it up yourself, you'd have to install it and configure it and make sure everything was good and ready to go. But with a Docker container, you don't have to do that. I just tell it I want to use the Postgres image, which somebody else has predefined with all of its dependencies and everything else in line. I tell it what my environment variables should be, and it's ready to go. The other idea here is we can map ports. So inside of the container, this Postgres thing is running on 5432, which is the default Postgres port, but I can expose that on my local machine so that any local process can connect to that database, even though it's running inside of the container. And similarly, we have another container called adminner, which is adminner is a web UI for managing a database. And I had never actually used it before, but whenever we set this up, we saw it in the example config. So I was like, oh, hey, let's just set it up. It's not that hard. Just add it, and now we have an instance there. So this file defines all of our images, and then we can start it up. If it's not yet started up, it is, but I'm going to bring it down like I always do. Beans are healthy. I think they are. So yeah, we say Docker compose up, and now those two little containers, the database container and the adminner container, are running behind the scenes. And if we take a look in our browser at localhost 8090, we have adminner. This is that front end for actually looking into databases. So let's choose Postgres. We're going to pass in our info here. And then this UI lets us see our database. And right now, we actually don't have any tables implemented because we're still working on that. But this is actually running inside of that container. The other thing here, which someone asked about, is Docker volumes. So a database persists data, right? And the thing about Docker containers is that they are somewhat ephemeral, and meaning that you can bring them up and then bring them right back down. And they typically don't have any sort of state. They don't save files unless you tell them to, and the way we're telling them to is by using a volume. So we're telling this container that all of the data associated with Postgres, which typically lives in this folder on Linux, should be mapped to this folder on my machine. So if we look in here, this is actually where Postgres is saving all of that information. So anytime I bring the container down or bring it back up, it has still has all of my tables, all of my data. And so basically that's how we persist data for the container, is with a volume. That's a beautiful DB front end. Yeah, it's pretty ugly, isn't it? Somebody mentioned we could install a theme for adminner, but I've never done that. I've literally never used this tool until the first time we saw it. And Lemuel Tofu says, how much are baked beans again? $2. Thank you very much. How much are they? I don't know. You could probably get one for like $1 a can. Okay, and Baldy is asking, what happens when we deploy that production, deploy this to production? Whatever containerization system you're using, or a container orchestration system you're using, should have a way to map that data to some volume. There should still be a way to do it in production as well. I'm just doing this locally, so it's just like being saved in a folder, but you could potentially have a server that has like a shared drive that containers could map to. There are probably other ways of doing it. I will say I am by no means an expert on Docker. I've mostly just used it for local development. If anyone in the chat has other suggestions, feel free to mention or ask them. But yeah, that would be the way to do it. Yeah, so I mean, if you have this running on like a fairly large EC2 instance, you can still map the volumes to potentially some folder on that Linux server, or you could have a shared drive from some other Linux server with a large hard drive that gets mapped to that Linux server, which then gets mapped as a volume. But like I said, I am by no means an expert. There are probably better ways to do it. Okay, just import Bootstrap. Boom, for the admin UI. So that's our container. That's our backend, or our UI, where we can actually see the front end of the database. And here is how we're creating these tables with knex. So knex itself has migrations built into it, which allow us to create these files that describe our database schema. And then when we run these migrations, it actually creates the tables. So I have this initial file here that creates the majority of the tables. So I'm creating my user table, my item type, country, state, shape, and location and all these other tables. This is how you define them. So built into knex is a way of defining the columns and the types. And because we're using JavaScript, I've actually created some helper functions. So we have things like add default columns. Every single table in our database has a created at and an updated at timestamp and a deleted at timestamp. And instead of having to write this multiple times, these 2 lines of code for every single table, I just had this utility function. Similarly, we have a few tables where they only have a name field. So I wrote this function where I can just pass in the name of the table I want and it creates it. We created some small little functions to like codify certain things that we're doing. Like if we're storing a URL, we're defaulting to a maximum of 2,000 characters. If we're storing an email, we're defaulting to a maximum of 254 characters. The other thing that's really useful is this references function. So this creates a foreign key reference to another table, and it's optionally nullable. And instead of having to write this over and over for every single table, we just have this nice little utility function. So this is our stuff. Now we're on to the item table. We just created, in the last stream, this table right here, item. Next up is item info. I'm going to catch up on chat, and then we actually will write some code. But that was a quick review. Huge thanks to everyone that has donated. I don't know what to say. Like, Nico Technic with the 25, Terrazoid with the 2, Moshiko with the 1, Greg with the 5, Alco with the 1, ZCKZ with the 3, then Well with the 2. Thank you very much. You're silly, but I thank you. Okay, where were we? I'm not on a Hackintosh. This is a 2015 MacBook Pro. So I see GUI relational database management tools like Table Plus. Why would I need something like this when having apps in production? It might just help to be able to look at the data directly, but you want to be very careful with that in production because you wouldn't want to log in with one of these tools in production with like root privileges because you could really mess some stuff up. But typically it helps if you want to just debug like what's getting put in the database or different things like that. And thanks for the follow, Eric. So I assume you're not using transactions then. We have not gotten to actually putting data into the database. We can do transactions, and we can create transactional like inserts and creates, but we haven't gotten that far yet. We're still just creating the database schema. knex does provide a transaction mechanism, transacting. So it is possible to potentially roll back a query if things fail. Some YouTuber dropped their AWS key in this video, and after 1 week, yeah, you don't want to reveal your keys. Trying to get used to Twitch only chat, yeah, and trying to just get people to head over to and watch on Twitch instead of YouTube. Yeah, so we actually haven't gotten to that yet. Last question, what do I do in a job for backend databases in production? I assume you don't use Docker. No, so you should use a managed database service like AWS RDS, mainly because it has things like scheduled backups built in. They have like an interface where you can enable encryption at rest, different things like that. Whereas if you have a database in a Docker container in production, you could set up backups. That's the thing you could do, but you'd have to set it up manually. You just don't want to do that. So there are managed database services, and that's what you should use when you're in production. Hello, Deb. Oh, no worries. Yeah, the thing is, anyone watching tomorrow, skip an hour into the video because everything else is just review. I do not have a SQL tutorial for beginners. When we get into actually putting data into this database, which we haven't yet, we can absolutely talk about SQL and the basics of it. Why can't all web pages be in dark mode? Have I used Microsoft Access to create SQL databases in the past? I might have in college. And when I worked at a really large enterprise, a lot of people were using Access because they didn't know any better. But not recently. Seems to be working well. Make the chat background customizable for each viewer. Well, there's an idea. You could the thing is we could have a web page that you could log into, customize it, and then from then on out, if it sees a message from you, it will use that customization. When this project is finished, will I do it again in Svelte? So we have not decided on the front end technology yet. We're just building the database. When we get to build the front end, we're definitely not going to do that today, but I will send out a like a tweet right before we do it, so you can know to be watching, because we're gonna vote live on what I use to build the front end. Probably one of 4 choices: React, Vue, Svelte, or vanilla JavaScript, and maybe Angular. If enough people want it, we can vote for Angular too. But we are going to vote on how to build the front end. What is the donation link? If you do !support, I think that gives you a link to all this stuff. Let me see. I think that's the thing. React. Yeah, that does it. Wow, that was instant, Streamlabs. Or did somebody else do it? Ember for the win. Oh, is it donate? Oh yeah, because Bob did it. I was like, what? Yeah, it's !donate. Cool. I've never worked with Access except as a kid. Yeah, if you're building production level applications, you probably should not be using Access. Yeah, in my opinion, transactions are a must when reading and writing data with table relationships. Yep. Mainly because you're dealing with multiple tables, and so if one of the writes fail, you could end up with like corrupted data. So a transaction allows you to roll back the things that happen in the event that not everything completes. We can do this. You know, like this whole thing that we're building could be the basis for a whole lot of stuff. We could set up CI. We could do a lot. And yeah, why not? And thanks for the follow, Load. Vue 3. Oh, that'd be cool. It's currently in alpha, but yeah. Can I give a short explanation on a serverless backend concept? Sorry for the topic deviation. No worries. It's actually really simple. If you think of an Express application, let me try to find a really quick example of like an app that we built the backend with node.js. This maybe? This probably isn't the best example. Let's see. Oh, because this is feathers. No, we don't want that. Oh, you know what? Meower. Meower is a good example. So, Meower is the very, very simple Twitter clone that I built on the coding train a while back. And this has a backend API. There are only a couple of endpoints. So if we look at this, which is built with Express, it has a few endpoints. It has a get route on /. So if you make this request, you're going to get back a JSON object. If it has a get route on /muse, if you do that, you're going to get back an array of all the muse. It has a get / here, which is version 2 because we added pagination. And then there's also a route for creating muse. And each one of these is a separate backend route handler, right? This is how we build APIs with Express. Serverless is basically just one of these. A serverless function is literally just a single route handler. That's really all it is. And you have a deployment that's literally just that one little function. It can take in the request and the response, and it can take in the request and send out the response. It can set headers. It can connect to a database. It can do all the things you're used to doing with Express, but it's just like one function at a time. This is one serverless function. This would be one serverless function. So that's mainly it with serverless. In terms of the technical details of it, when you deployed to a serverless thing like AWS or Zeit now, or is it Cloudflare doing it, and Netlify, basically they handle all the backend nitty-gritty details. So when you send a request to that to the URL provided for you for that serverless function, they handle the details of like potentially spinning up a Docker container with that one little function running inside of it. The function runs, and then they send back the response, and then that function or that container will potentially go down. But at the end of the day, it's one simple little function running in the cloud, and they handle all the details. That is serverless. How do I deal with procrastination? I don't. I don't. I am procrastinating right now by not doing work. This is me procrastinating. Oh, you're welcome, Springerman. Hopefully it's useful. I would vote Vue. This is not the time to vote, but that's okay. Anyways, jQuery. Oh, thank you, Load. Thanks for hanging out. Confidential informant? What? And thanks for the follow, Code Stoner. Yeah, you're welcome. Ooh, created a dark theme for knex. Nice. Welcome, L. Yeah, no worries. Glad you could be here live. Dark mode for GitHub. I use Stylish. Where's GitHub? This. Is it? Yeah. Oh, stylus. Don't use stylish. Stylish will invade your privacy and watch all your browsing traffic. But stylus is an open source fork that is good. I'm procrastinating watching you procrastinate. Go to the code. All right, let me acknowledge the follows, and then yeah, here's what we're gonna do. And we're gonna have an uninterrupted coding spree of implementing all three of these tables. That's the plan. And thanks for the follow, Load, and CodeStoner, and Xman. Much appreciated. All right, next up, and actually, did we create the item info table? No, we created the item table. So this time, we need the item info table. Hello, Unhot. Welcome back. And thanks for the follow, Nicholas. We're going to make this blue because we're implementing it. I'm going to stream for probably another hour and a half. So we got time. We could write plenty of code in that time. I got you, CJ. Here's another few seconds of procrastination. Okay, so item info. We're going to create that right here. And you'll notice that I have two migrations. Technically, you can have as many migrations as you want. Right now, we're at the beginning stages of our database. We need to create all of these tables. And we could have defined it all in one file, which is sometimes what I like to do. But we've extracted out all the ones specifically related to items to this migration file. In the future, if we need to change things like add a new table or add a new column or remove a column, I would not modify these files. I would create a new migration. But for right now, because we're at the beginning of everything, I'm just going to modify these files. Who said nice question? Lemuel and El Greco. Are you the same user? I've created a REST API with JWT. Do you guys have any tips on how to implement logout? It's not really possible with JWT. You can revoke tokens, but that removes the stateless aspect of JWT because on every single request you have to validate in your database that it's not a revoked token. Really, the main way of doing logout with JSON Web Tokens is to just remove it from the browser on the client side. And that way it's no longer an authorized request. And then the other thing you could do is have a very short expiration time and then often refresh that token if it's a valid request. But yeah, that's really the only way to do it. Nice. Good to hear, Miko. And thanks for the follow, El Purga. Okay, so we need another table. And right now I have this file called table names. And this is where I'm putting literally the string values of all the table names. And Mashiko with another $1 tip who says, last donation, gotta go to sleep for tomorrow, early online class. Ah, sorry to hear that, but thank you very much for all the donations. You donated several times, didn't you? Yeah. Baked beans. Baked beans. I see, those were the measure. I thought about that too. Yeah. And hello, Leon Hart. So you don't have to do this. You technically can just put strings in line when you're creating the tables, but I like to do this because now I have one place with a list of all my table names and I can reuse them in my models and such. So we have the, this is called item info. I think this is the first code we've written today. We're doing it. It's happening. Item info, and then now here we are going to create that table. So we'll say await knex.schema.create table with table names dot item info. Hello, Giova. I don't know why I'm struggling. Giova Pacidi? Welcome. Oh, measures. Use any logging framework like Winston or Log4j. I've used Winston before. And in my .NET days, I've used log4 something. Okay, so we're going to create this item info table. And we say table.increments. Nice, Mint Jim. Good to hear. And you got to spell increments right. But this creates the ID column. And then let's take a look at what we need. We need a user ID and an item ID. So we can use our handy references utility function. We want to reference the table names .user. That's where that is useful. And we'll say that this cannot be nullable, so we'll leave it not nullable by default. And we also want to reference the item table. So table names.item, like that. So that sets up our two foreign keys. We have purchase date, which is a date time. So we'll do table.datetime. Is it? Oh yeah, capital date time. Purchase date And we're going to set this to not nullable. And thanks for the follow, Proxin. Does Knex support using a UUID? I've never done it with that. I mean, it would have to be the DBMS that you're using that supports that. And for the most part, most DBMSs don't. So, I mean, you could do it manually, but for the most part, they really only support auto-incrementing integer columns. You'd have to do some special work to do UUIDs. Should increments have not nullable? I believe it defaults to that. And I mean, we can see in the schema. Actually, we haven't run it, but the fact that it creates the ID column, it cannot be null. Let's find it. Adds an auto-incrementing column. In Postgres, this is serial. In Amazon Redshift, this is integer ID 1. This will be used as the primary key for the table. Also available as big increments if you wish to add a big int instead. So I assume it's not nullable because it is the primary key constraint. But we can check that. And the thing is, if you insert a row without the ID, it automatically adds it because it's auto-incrementing. And thanks for the follow, Elder Tugboat. And thanks for the follow, Paul. Okay, where were we? We add the purchase date. All right, we're making progress. We got 4 lines of code. We also need the expiration date. And I'm actually going to allow expiration date to be null because we could have things that don't have an expiration date, like an Arduino. Expiration date. Purchase location. I love to hate. And then Well Tofu with the $1 donation. You made me say increments. Nice. Thank you for the donation. Does Knex work the same with non-relational databases? Knex is only for relational databases. You can see they support MySQL, Postgres, Redshift, SQLite, Oracle, and Microsoft SQL. You would use a different library for something that's NoSQL. And thanks for the follow, Robbie. Expiration date for technology is approximately 1 week after warranty is over, right? So true. Okay, so we have purchase location as a text. We should have actually gotten rid of this column because we have a foreign key reference to the location table. And that's where we're going to store the... oh, no, never mind. That's actually different. Purchase location is where we bought it. Location ID is where it is in our store or our house. In my house, this would be upstairs fridge, downstairs freezer, upstairs pantry, that kind of thing. Technically, we actually need another table, I think, for the purchase location, instead of just storing it as text, because then we could have all the places that we shop or buy things, and then it's just a foreign key reference to that instead of duplicating data. So as much as it pains me, we're going to have to create another table. It's going to slow us down a little bit, but that's okay. Can't understand the use of SQLite. It's really good for embedded apps, so like, not embedded, but like a mobile app, where it doesn't necessarily need to be a multi-user thing, or it doesn't have a login, and it can store all of its data in that SQLite database. And purchase location can have an address as well. And Cedric with the $5 super chat, much appreciated. However, I don't think it increases the donation counter. Who's eating baked beans? Thank you very much. Who's gonna eat baked beans? Me. I will eat baked beans if we make it that far. Okay. Join us on Twitch, yes. Let's see. And Monoloito is saying, quick question, on your future API for this database, are you going to receive embedded JSON objects? I was doing some tests with Knex since you started to work on this, and I realized while testing, there's no cascade save because Knex was not created for it. We will use objection. And so what we're asking about here is actually, what's the word? Like nested inserts. So when we have relational data, our API might actually want to take in nested objects, right? We might actually want to take in an object that describes the item with a nested property called info that is itself an object with all of these things. And by default, Knex doesn't know what to do with that. It doesn't know how to insert those into the related tables. So objection is a tool that makes that fairly easy with what are called graph inserts and graph upserts and graph updates. Relations. Isn't it graph? Something like graph. Eager loading. Eager inserting. Graph inserts, yes. So this idea of having a nested object and figuring out what tables that nested data should be inserted into, with objection, this is known as a graph insert. If you're just using knex, you would have to do this manually. You'd have to manually break apart the data and insert it into the correct tables. But something like objection can help us do it automatically. The plan, eventually we are going to build a front end and an API that talks to this database. For the most part, we're just learning. At least this started as just learning about SQL databases and relations. But once we have the basis of it, we can build an app on it, and we will do that because content. Exactly, yes. And so the way to do that with knex is to just manually break up that object that you got in the request handler and do multiple queries with knex. We set it there because I don't think we're going to reach it. Here, I don't think we're going to reach it. That's why we set it so high. The Primigian with the raid. What's up? Welcome, everyone. We are working on a SQL database. Thank you so much for the raid. Everyone should check out the Primigian on Twitch. I don't know how to spell it. Thank you. Here, we'll go to the live code. There you are, the Primigian. Thank you so much for the raid, and welcome, raiders. I'm like a minute behind on chat, so we missed a few of the messages. But before you freak out, this donation goal is a bit of a joke. And also, it's a bit of a dare to anybody that wants to give me money. But what we are working on is modeling a SQL database and implementing it with node.js and knex. And thank you so much for the raid. The Primigian is also... Am I saying that right? Let me know. The Primigian? Primigian? Beans. How do I say it? Yes, he is on the live coders team as well. I just got on there like 2 days ago. So we're teammates. Thank you very much for the raid. Primigian. The Primigian. Primigian? All right. But yeah, right now we're in the process of implementing this model that we created in a previous episode. And you have arrived at the coding garden. For the most part, we do Primigian. All right. Thank you, Primigian. Much appreciated. For the most part, we do Node.js, JavaScript related things here. And right now we're using this library called knex, which is a JavaScript query builder. You can use it to create database schemas and also insert stuff into the database. Primigian. Primigian? Apparently there are a lot of opinions. Cool. And thanks, Nicholas, for the follow, and Elpira, and Elder, and Paul, and Robbie, and Plop, and Yer. Thank you very much. If you have questions, we do have this Q&A thing going. I don't know if we're going to get to all the questions, but there are some commands you can do in chat, which will get your question here, and you can vote on other questions. Primigian. We'll say Primigian. And thanks for the follow, 6 million lols. And it's a bit of a meme on this channel, but we've been live for 1 hour and 24 minutes, and this is how much code we've written. Typically because we're answering questions and recapping and stuff like that. But what we just realized is we actually need a separate table. So we have this item info table, and before, as just a placeholder, I put purchase location as a text column, but technically this should be actually a separate table that is called, I mean, it's not... The location table here is really like the home location. So we're designing a database for our home inventory app, and this is more of like where it is in your house. Let's call it inventory location. Like that. Recycled. Yeah, we're definitely going to reuse the address table. But the thing is, an inventory location is in the same building as your store. It doesn't have a street address. So we do have this address table that we're using for the manufacturer, and we can reuse that address table for the item or the purchase location, which is going to be like a store or something like that. Yeah, so I think it's more than just an address, because I would want to store like maybe the name of the grocery store that we got it from, or I want to store wherever we bought it, even if it was an online store. Do we need the purchase location? I don't know. 4 lines of code and 4 hours of meeting sounds like a regular workday. I guess that's about right. What if I purchase a second warehouse for my beans? You're right. But right now we're designing this with the idea that all of the items in our inventory are in my one house. Okay. Let's call it inventory location ID. I guess I could have called this like warehouse location. I don't know. Inventory location ID. Great. We do need to rename this table. Let's just remind ourselves by setting the color. We got to rename that table to be inventory location. And then purchase location is actually going to be a foreign key reference to a table called I guess I could call it store. What do you all think I should call this thing? Because it's basically where did you buy the thing? But you could have bought it from the grocery store because we could be storing baked beans. We also could be storing like an Arduino or a television or musical instruments. So what is like the common name we could use for this? One location table with multiple types. That could work. And Sean with the $100 tip. Thank you so much, Sean, who says, love the videos. Much appreciated. We are that much closer to me eating baked beans live on stream, and you can help. Can we get some hype emotes in the chat? Much appreciated. Pog, yeah. Thank you so much, Sean. Origin? I like Origin. Thank you, and. And thanks for the follow, Huron. The thing is, so I kind of do like what was mentioned by, who was that? Unhot. Because we could technically have a location table, and a location could have a nullable foreign key reference to the address table. And that way a location may not actually have an address, and it could have a type, where it's like the type is either in home or purchase location. The dream is coming closer. Yeah, was it Script Kitty? Were you the first donation? Supplier? We technically have manufacturer, which I guess that's different, right? So manufacturer is the person or the company, the entity that makes it. Supplier is the thing or the company that you bought it from. I like that. I think I'm just going to call it supplier, and we're going to keep it as 2 separate tables. Like that. And then this potentially has a... It's actually very similar to manufacturer. Because we potentially could have a website, a type, an email. Those are some cool hype emotes. Great job, Alka. Look at all that. It's great. Hype, hype, hype. Name it the distributor. I guess this is like the supplier or the distributor. Yeah. The dollar is expensive in Mexico. Shedev says. Or GPS coordinates for tracking your baked beans. What exactly is Lucid Chart? It's a website where you can build all kinds of charts, not just entity relationship diagrams. You can build architecture diagrams, user flows, different things like that. All right. I will call this... Here's the thing, though. I feel like manufacturer... retailer could work. Actually, I like retailer, because that's different than manufacturer. However, you tell me, these properties that we have available on the manufacturer table, aren't those pretty much the same as we would have on a retailer? Right? Like, let's say we're buying from a grocery store, or we're buying from Amazon Prime, or we're buying from... anywhere, really, it would have all of this information, right? Basically what I'm saying is, should we rename this table, and then here it's called manufacturer ID, and over here it's called supplier or retailer ID. But we have multiple entries in this. And then maybe a type that is either manufacturer or retailer. Help me, people. What do we call this table? Manufacturer could sometimes be the same as the supplier. Maybe you need a list of the entire supply chain. So, all right, you think that works? I think that works better too, but we just need to come up with a more generic name. Retailer? We could call it entity, but that's just like way too generic, right? Right? Hello, Rod. Welcome. The bean entity. Everyone's caught up on baked beans. Place that sells things. Let's call it place. Thank you, Bob. We're going to call it place. And that place here is known as a manufacturer. And then over here, purchase location has a foreign key reference from the place table. Like that. Done. Vendor? Seller. Vendor sounds good. Okay, the thing is, though, a manufacturer is technically the manufacturer something the same thing as a vendor? And here we'll call this the purchase, or like the vendor ID. And Monoloito with the $10.88 donation, who says, thanks for your time. If everyone donated just a bit, we might get there. Please don't open the can and eat it without heat first. Okay, we'll heat it up. If we get to $13.37, we will heat up these baked beans. You all are silly. Okay, where are we at? No, don't heat it up. We'll vote on it. Once we get there, we'll do a poll on whether or not we should heat up the baked beans before eating them. Okay. Yeah, so this is the manufacturer ID, and then this is the... And I'll call this the retailer ID. I like that. Retailer. Supplier? Yeah, we could be here all day just renaming these tables, but I like this. So we have supplier, company. Why didn't we think of that? Thank you, Joe John. This is absolutely a company, isn't it? Yeah, it's a company. Come on. And thanks for the follow, Oha Harvest. Much appreciated. If the beans are a gift, we could add a Boolean column, but I don't think they will be. Okay, so that's great. But now we need to rename this table. It was manufacturer. We're now going to call it company. Yeah, let's call it company ID here. But on this table, we're going to call it retailer ID, just so we can be familiar. Drop. Change the oh yeah. Thank you, Kazantia. We need to just remind ourselves. But I think we're just going to go change it in the code right now. So company we defined in our initial migration. And actually, here's the convenience of me predefining all of our table names up front. Technically, we could just change this to be company. Now in the code, we're doing table names.manufacturer, but it's actually going to get created as company. However, can I do a rename here? We're using JavaScript, by the way, for anybody new watching. We're not using TypeScript. Mainly because this is more geared toward beginners. All right, I renamed it to company. Did it work? Oh. It worked! Look at us. So we don't need TypeScript for all that fancy editor integration stuff. Cool. So we created the company table, and then anywhere else that referenced the company table would have gotten renamed as well. So the item table references company, but technically I want to rename this reference here to be... Oh, no. This one's company ID for the item table. So that's great. But this one, we need to add the company reference, which is going to be the retailer, like where we purchased it from. Okay, so we renamed that. That's good to go. Change that back to white. And here I'll catch up. Beans. Ship it. Method or place of acquisition. That's too much. Oh, were you not here when they did that? Somebody made the suggestion that... like, how much would it take to donate to get me to eat baked beans on stream? So we came up with a very large number to make sure that it would not be reached. Go ahead and ask your question, Rod. And actually, all right, we're still working on item info. Okay, we're going to take a break and answer more questions, but how many lines of code is that? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. That's 6 lines of code. That's not bad. It will be reached. The thing is, you can see that we only have 23 hours to go. Like, this resets tomorrow. And then, yeah. I'm not teaching with Daniel Schiffman right now, but I have done live streams with Dan Schiffman from the Coding Train. Yeah. I mean, there was $100 donation from Sean. Like, I don't know what you all are thinking, but thanks for the follow, 6 million LOL, and Huron and AO Harvest. And let's see if we can answer some of these questions that came in. Explain promises when I get a chance. Do we do that today? Not today, but we'll do a video on promises. We explained Docker containers. Do I know of and been using Nest? And will you consider doing a stream or project on it? No, I will not. I have boycotted nest.js. It's all right. I might do a stream where I just explore it. But so this is a backend Node.js framework that's based on TypeScript. And the one thing I believe that it's built on top of TypeORM, and I absolutely despise TypeORM. Not the fact that it's TypeScript, just TypeORM itself as a library. Maybe, do they have their own DB stuff? Yeah, they use TypeORM. And TypeORM, I'm just going to show you really quick. Go to the TypeORM GitHub repo and see the fact that they have 1,580 open issues, 171 open pull requests, and they have no official actual... no, let's code. They have no official like API documentation. All they have is this guide that regularly gets outdated. It's not a good thing. If you want to know RM, choose Objection.js. That's my tip. Hot tip. We're gonna create a full stack app. Yeah. Once we finish the database or implementing it, we're gonna we'll seed it, and then we'll start to build an API and a front end. We'll get there. Might take us a few months, but we'll get there. Yeah. So I might consider just exploring it, but like I said, I really don't like to. It'll be finished in 2025. I really don't like TypeORM, and it's built on top of it, so you have to deal with that. I also don't like that there are a lot of... It feels very Java-y and enterprise-y, which is not... I'm not used to that being a Node.js developer. Where should I learn React? I have a few React videos. If you go to coding.garden/videos, and you click on React, you can see all of the live streams that I've done on React. I've done a few intro live streams, like Intro to React with hooks. And then about 2 years ago, I did an intro to React using like the class method, class components and such. But if you really want like a broken down tutorial, I recommend Academind on YouTube. Easy. I'm using nest.js with knex, not using TypeORM. Cool. But it'd be cool to explore, but yeah, it is very verbose. There's like annotations. It feels like Java. But search for Academind. What is this? A non-coding stream? Academind? There it is. And if you click on playlists, they have an intro to React and Redux. I mean, Academind is great for all resources in learning, but they have a free course on YouTube for learning React. They also have like a Udemy course you can check out. Can I accept your Rickroll PRs? Yeah, let's do it. So there is the Rickroll Hall of Fame where people can post clips of any time that they have successfully Rickrolled me on stream. And we're open to pull requests. There are a few instances that have not made it in yet. And I don't have any continuous integration set up on this repo, so I can merge them. But I'm going to have to deploy manually. The donation bar has to last until I finish the app. I'm actually okay with that. Yeah, I'm okay with that. All right, what'd you do, Doc? Looks good to me. Is it possible that there's a Twitch clip of an actual Rickroll and somebody will Rickroll me by submitting a pull request for a Rickroll clip? The donation bar is never going to go away. Yeah, we're basically just in Coding Garden Purgatory where we're just going to be working on this app forever. Oh yeah, and our latest mods. I didn't think of that idea. Yeah. So, okay, cool. I'm going to merge these in, but from now on, I'm going to actually look at the clips. But our latest mods, St. Plays and David Snyder, they Rickrolled me the other day. And they did the long play. Like, they... wait, what are you changing? Rickroller? Oh, because there could be an array of Rickrollers. Because they definitely collaborated on that. At this pace, I will eat 2 cans of beans. I will eat baked beans when that donation meter goes up all the way. Okay. And then are we iterating over? Yeah, if it's an array, iterate. Otherwise, Rickroller. Okay. There's probably there's a more concise way to do it, but that's fine. Your Rickroll is still lost? We could probably, I feel like we could find it on YouTube. There's an archive of it for sure. At this pace, you'll start off every stream eating a can of baked beans. That's not how this works. We have to reach the donation meter, like the donation amount, before I actually eat the baked beans. Oh, buddy. Cannot find module core.js 3 shipped proposals. What? My keyboard is so clicky. If you do exclamation mark keyboard, you can see a link to my keyboard. It is a very inexpensive and generic mechanical keyboard. Oh, wow. Thank you, Envy. Yeah, plot twist. No, the last time I ate baked beans was a while ago. These are like apocalypse food. What the heck? Cannot find module Babel compat data. Is this a Vue.js bug? I sound extra fast. I type it like 60 words a minute. I'm not a fast typer. MPX. Should have used jQuery. Yeah, I'm gonna fix this. And catch me zooming through the streets at 40 words per minute. Okay, any other questions we can catch up on? Can I make a tutorial on something on how to set up your stream manager app in that thing on the right? Yes, the thing is, my setup is very complex because typically I have YouTube chats integrated and embedded as well. So I had to create a custom backend that streams Twitch and YouTube chats together. Whereas today, I have my bot running, telling everybody on YouTube to come watch over here instead. And the thing is, the code for these overlays and such would be much, much simpler if it was just Twitch chat. So I could show you, but it's really custom because I'm streaming on both places. What do I think of this package? It says it's Philip. Should I click it? www.npmjs.com. I don't know if I'm going to click that. Oh, cool. And if you haven't seen this tool before, it's pretty cool. It's on NPM called NPM Upgrade. This is an interactive tool that will show you if any of your packages are out of date and then bump them in your package JSON. So yeah, let's update core.js and date functions. These are all patch and minor bumps. So we're going to bump everything. Yeah, let's go. Oh. Why is that tilde? Does that mean it only... I don't know. That NPM link is safe. Okay, I'll click on it. Oh, actually, I think I've seen Ben Awad use this thing. Patch package? The author of core.js is looking for a job. Yeah, Ben Awad did a really quick demonstration video of this package. It's actually really cool because you can write a patch file that updates one of your NPM dependencies without having to go into the node modules folder and change it directly. Yeah, this is really cool. Just search YouTube for Ben Awad. Ben Awad. Patch. Yes. Check this out. I think it's great. There have been so many times that like I've opened a pull request on an open source package, but it gets no attention and like there's no sign of it ever actually getting merged and then deployed to NPM or published to NPM. So yeah, this is really cool because you can just patch it locally, and then if they ever update, Good to go. Yeah, been a while is great. Okay, tilde means latest minor version, but I thought that's what the hat, the caret was for, right? Because if you look at my package JSON, well, not there. Oh, but even though I had that, oh, you're right. Yeah, okay, I think you're totally right. But because I was using that npm upgrade tool, it was like, hey, there actually is a major version bump. Do you want that? But I don't know why these are all minor. These should be, yeah, they should be that, like that. Because Vue.js is really good about not introducing breaking changes without a version bump, a major version bump. Regardless, we built. Yeah. There's a paid version of the Monokai theme. That's good. And thanks for the follow, Looper one. Sounds Welsh. Cool. So we're deployed. We have our latest. And days since last Rickroll. 4. Cool. And thanks for the follow, Sale. Press Control D to select the same text I have selected. What do you mean? Oh, yeah. I am very familiar with that VS Code trick, but it's pretty cool. I'll show people. On a Mac, it's actually Command D. But yeah, if you have something and you want to select multiple, Command D or Control D, and then you have multiple cursors, and you could do that. Yes, that would have been a much more efficient way of doing that. Okay. That's progress, but it's not exactly the database app. Cool. Because when I enter the correct API keys, it will not work. So, and then the other tricky thing about streaming to both YouTube and Twitch is that when you stream to YouTube, every live stream event has a unique ID. And so you can't listen for chat messages unless you know that unique ID. So for all of these overlays that are using chat, that used to come from both YouTube and Twitch, it's a pain because you have to list all live streams, get the ID, and then do this. Whereas if you're just using Twitch, you don't need to do that. Time to write that 7th line of code. Let's answer like 2 more questions. Recommended resources on handling cores in JavaScript. I probably have like a really, really old YouTube video. If you just search for cores coding garden, you might find something. Is the LMS I built open source? Sort of. So I built it to integrate with the existing LMS system that they were using at the job that I had, and that system was closed source. So even though my code is open source, you technically need their system up and running to even be able to use it. So yeah. But I want to build an open source LMS. Oh, nice. Yeah, Onitom was great. I love that game. And thanks for the follow, ALS Consulting. Cool. My opinion on HateOS REST APIs. I find people either loving it or hating the architecture. I honestly haven't really worked much with HateOS or JSON API. Like the idea of embedding URLs in your APIs so that the APIs actually describe themselves. I am not. I've never really built an API like that. What just got voted on? Oh yeah. Can I help you with a Postgres problem with Docker volumes on Windows? I will take a look at it. I know you have an issue open on the GitHub repo right now, right? Yeah, this is your issue, right? Yeah, I'll take a look for sure. Okay, let's write more code. Here we go. A tutorial on Node Mailer. Have I done that before? Search for Coding Garden Node Mailer. I might have done that before. If not, yeah, let's do it. I can make a Coding Garden mailing list. All right. Here's the issue. We want to add a foreign key relationship to the company table, but we want to call it retailer ID. So I created this handy little references function that automatically adds a foreign key constraint to this table. We'll do table names dot company, technically. But this function creates the column name automatically as table name underscore ID. So it's going to call it company ID instead of retailer ID. And so I want a way of overriding that. Let's see. No, we'll just go to my table utils. Because see, we do table name underscore ID. We could pass in another argument, but then that gets tricky. Yeah, we could add another optional parameter, but now we're at like 4 arguments, and it's getting really messy. If we add, so here's the thing. If we add just another one that says column name, all of our existing code keeps working, right? Because now we just pass in a 4th parameter. However, it would be nicer if this took in an object and then like destructured the properties. But okay, we're going to take in, this will be easier because I don't have to change the rest of the code. So column name or table name. And this defaults, I mean, it defaults to undefined, but this is falsy, which will use the table name. Yeah. And then I do have to pass in true because it's nullable. And I want this to be called retailer. There we go. And all the other places that I use it still default to nullable. But the retail, actually, do I want the retailer to be? No, this should be should not be nullable. I could return the value of the, oh, you're totally right. You're absolutely right. Yeah, I don't know why I wasn't doing that before. Technically what I also could do is, and I mean, what I should do anyways is return the actual column definition, because the way knex works is all of these functions are chainable. So if I wanted to add other things to the definition, I could as well. But I like the convenience of this handling the not nullable, because I just pass in true for all the other things. Cool. Okay, we'll put it on the list for node mailer. Not sure if 50 or 15. Exactly. Thank you. Thank you, Instagram. wait. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, and anyone else, if you want to add me on Onitama on mobile, my username is www.cj. And we can play. Okay. One more line of code. All right, what's next? Last used. Okay. This will also be a date time, and this will be nullable because it could just be sitting on the shelf and not used at all. So it defaults to null. That's fine. Price, which is a number. We'll make this a floating point. Float. Price. Should the price be nullable? What if we got it for free? We're going to let the price be nullable. Let me know if you disagree with that. And then we need an inventory. Oh yeah, I totally forgot. We need to rename our location table to be inventory location. So in table names, we actually want to rename this to inventory location. Price of free equals 0. Okay, let's make it not nullable. I like that. And then this is super handy. Oh, so here's the other thing about creating. This is basically like an enum in JavaScript, where, I mean, we're not using TypeScript, but this is kind of like an enum. But because I've done this, it actually just allows me to go in and rename this instead of having to do like a string replace on my whole code base. Inventory location, right? And then that updated the table creation of inventory location here. Price of baked beans, $13.37. So yeah, this is not nullable. Can you set a... You can't really do minimum and maximum constraints at the database level, can you? Regardless. We can also say this defaults to. Default to $0. Let's see. And thanks for the follow, King Bori. Do I suggest learning React Native after learning React and Redux? I think that's fine. That's the thing about React Native is you need to know React. You don't need to know Redux, but it is definitely helpful. So yes, if you know the basics of React, you can definitely get started with React Native. You technically could learn React while learning React Native. Infi says, your React stream made me transition my website from Nuxt to Next. Are you joking? I feel like we both of us always talk about how we like Vue.js a whole lot more. That's very interesting. 7 lines in a day. I'm over that. Yeah, we wrote some code. 0 equals a gift. Null equals you found the can on the side of the freeway. Giving it 0 implies that it has a price? I don't think so. Yeah. Mr. Panda on... I don't know if you can add friends. You could at least invite me. Let me see. I don't know. If you're in the Discord, we'll figure it out. We can talk about it like in random or something like that. Tell me how to spell your username on Onitama, because I don't think you can have spaces, and I can try to add you. If you rewind the stream, I talked about knex, but knex is a query builder. It's a JavaScript library that lets us create database schemas, query the database. It is not an ORM. It is not an object relational mapper. It is strictly a SQL query builder. And it allows you to write JavaScript code that gets turned into SQL code that can run against any one of these SQL databases. Yeah, we already made it to 168.88. We're not at 169. Don't get ahead of yourself. Yeah, zero pounds for free. A negative price means they paid you to take the darn can of beans. Yeah, we changed table names. Yeah, so we changed manufacturer to be called company, so that way we can reuse the foreign key reference in both the item table and the item info table, because the foreign key reference to the item table is like the manufacturer ID, and the foreign key reference here is where we purchased it. And the place something was created and the place you purchase something have very similar properties. Like, this company could be a grocery store, but this company also could be Bush Brothers and Company. So, yeah. Is it possible to make an NES game with JavaScript? I mean, you could make a game that looks 8-bit and looks like it might be running on NES. You could write a JavaScript compiler that turns JavaScript code into NES assembly code, if that's what you're asking. We're using Postgres. If free, I think you should make the price null. I don't think I'm worried about it being free. Like, that's not something I want to keep track of. So I'll just default the price to 0. It's like I paid nothing for it. You're not joking. Wow. The thing is, Next.js is really easy to get up and going. Like, Next.js, from what I've seen, is easier to get up and going than even like Create React app. Like, Next.js is really nice. Yeah, no worries. Price paid. Oh, I like that, pig. So we have MSRP, which is like what the manufacturer sells it for, and then potentially what we paid for it. I like it. We're gonna do it. The only reason we would do this is because it gives us better options later on for like visualization and reporting. If we're only storing one price, we could never know, like, did we get a discount, or how much below MSRP? And because we're storing both, we could also keep track of how the price of things change over time. So yeah, I like it. MSRP. What does MSRP stand for? And also, we could keep track of if we used a coupon or something like that. Yeah. Add a channel where they... I'll do that. I will definitely do that. 1337, a small price to pay for baked beans in Comic Sans. These beans are so precious to you, you can't put a price on them. What are the benefits of knex over an ORM? Knex is just closer to SQL. I would say for somebody that is new to all of this, potentially if you go directly into using an ORM, you're going to take for granted what's actually happening under the hood, which is that ORM is converting all of your relationships and model updates into SQL. And with knex, it's a little bit closer to SQL. There is definitely a reason why you would use an ORM and not something like knex, and it potentially you would have less code. So yeah, it's really just a style preference. A lot of people don't even like knex. A lot of people say, why are you using knex when you could just be writing SQL directly? But I like knex. I do have a playlist. If you look on my channel, it's called SQL Playlists. SQL Home Inventory app. Here. I don't know why I'm just staring at it. I'll give you the link. And yeah, so this episode we designed the whole database. This episode we got the repo up and running with knex, and we got our Docker container going. This episode we talked about seeding initial data, and then in this episode we realized there's a whole lot of stuff we still need to implement, so we're back to the schema. In this episode we just answered questions for like 2 hours and wrote like 8 lines of code. And here we are today, where I've been streaming for 2 hours, and we've wrote a little more code than that. And we might have answered more questions too. But yes, there is the playlist. And I've mentioned it before, but eventually, I would like to take all of this content and turn it into a more consumable set of videos that are like edited down and don't have me like answering random questions and stuff like that. The 6502 emulator, is that an NES emulator? What's going on with YouTube chat? I disabled it just for today, just to get YouTube people used to coming over to Twitch. Hey, Jorge. Yeah, that's the main reason. Just want to get people over to Twitch, because eventually I'll be streaming only on Twitch. The guy that will donate that $1 will be my hero. we need somebody to donate, what, 22 cents? No. 12 cents. Yeah, can someone please donate 12 cents? Because I don't like this lingering decimal here. Yeah, I thought about this. So MSRP technically might actually belong here. But does the MSRP ever change? And if it does, we would want to keep track of the MSRP when we purchased it. And the purchase date is going on this table. And thanks for the follow, Dodo. Manufacturer suggested retail price. Nice. Cool. Market suggested retail price. Probably either of those. Something suggested retail price. How do I get on your coding level? Just lots of practice and determination. I've been coding for like over 15 years, so yeah. RIP. Yeah, that's the idea. Is once we get this all figured out, I will have monetization enabled on Twitch, and there will be a transitionary period where if you are a YouTube member, I'll potentially give you very similar benefits. Come on, 1 cent. Come on, Script Kitty. With no message. But thank you for the $1.11 donation, Script Kitty. $169.99. Nice, as all the people say. But yeah, there will be a transitionary period where you can still be a YouTube member, and I'll try to make it so that when your chat shows up here, you still have an icon next to your name. And then I probably want to transition all of those over to Twitch subscriptions instead of YouTube members. And thanks for the follow, Coding Phil. And yo, Naf, what's up? And thanks for the follow, Indale. This episode lasts 12 hours and contains 30 minutes of code. You're not wrong. You're not wrong. And hola, Indy. Thanks for tuning in. A cruel man. It would be so cool if these streams were edited down. I could hire someone. Yeah, so thank you, Jorge. A nice even number, 172, who says, there you go. This is enough budget to edit down the videos. And you know what? I might actually use it for that. But also, the screen is very busy, right? There's drops going on, there's chats. It would be nice to have this as like a traditional style course with a less busy area and just a lesson going on. But yeah, gotta track that bean, MSRP, depreciation, insurance, tax liability, ROI. Yeah, right. 22 hours to go. Silly people. 12 euro cents, which would make it worse. Oh, is that what happened? Like, that might have been what happened. Somebody donated in a different currency, which got converted to US dollars. Yeah. When do I think I'd work with Django and Django REST framework? I'm not really sure. I've done Python in a past life. These days, I'm mainly just doing JavaScript. But yeah. And thanks for the follow, Hunter. Thank you, Pep. Yeah, that's probably a minimum. Determination and procrastination. I am an ultimate procrastinator. You would be surprised. And thanks again, Script Kitty, for the donation. Nice. Nice. Stop it. Don't do that. And thanks for the follow, Pep. Instafluff. Can you still use React Router DOM with class-based components? Yes, but with class-based components, you don't use hooks. So you don't use use router, or sorry, use history, use location. You don't use those. You use the HOCs or the higher order component methods like with router, which is a little bit different, but you can do it. It's definitely possible. And thanks again, Jorge, for the tip. You can with 32. Don't do it. We've already cleaned up the even number here. Now we gotta get that percentage to be even. I checked the documentation and it's still all about hooks. Let me help you out really quick because that could be an issue for people that are trying to learn this and still doing class components. So yeah, you can see the hooks API, but what you want is scroll with router. This is what you want. And what this does is it injects props into your component. So if you create your class component, and then when you export it, you pass in with router, and that gives you a component that has props that are match, location, and history. But that's what you need. And those three props, match, location, history, are exactly the same as if you were to use the hooks. Oh, you know what? We actually haven't done a yerba mate, rain yerba mate overlay yet. Let's do that. Let me catch up on chat. Yeah, somebody mentioned it earlier, but thank you, Plop. So what we talked about in the past is because everyone is watching from different countries, and the thing about the exchange rate is it doesn't exactly equate to what you can buy in that country that you live in. So if someone lives in a country that has a very wide difference between in the exchange rate compared to the US dollar, I don't want them to think that they have to donate a whole lot to catch up with that, because it's not up to their standard of living. So my idea was to use something like the Big Mac index, which is a pricing index that is by The Economist. Actually, let's go to the Wikipedia article. And it is based on the purchasing power of a Big Mac in that country, because that makes a little bit more sense. Like the amount of money it takes to buy a Big Mac in India versus the amount of money it takes to buy a Big Mac in the US. It obviously isn't equivalent, but you could say if somebody donated about that much money, it's that many Big Macs in terms of the US. So what we thought of is we could figure that out, and then instead of showing the dollar amount, we could show Big Macs on the screen. And instead of Big Macs, we could show yerba mate, because that's what I like to drink. Wait, not that. And so let's start the yerba mate rain. Rain yerba mates. 3010 106. Here we go. $172 donations in one stream. This is insane. I always say, I do not do this for the donations. We're just here. We're hanging out. I'm answering questions. I appreciate you just for being here. You do not have to donate. That is a lot of money, and I very much appreciate it. And here are some raining yerba mates. I have just like a curved scepter monitor that I'm using to monitor the stream. But right here is just my MacBook is what I'm looking at. Instafluff gang, nice. It's like when you have OCD between the dollars or gallons to be even at the pump. Pretty much. But we do have an uneven percentage. I do not believe you're a procrastinator. To do these streams so often, it requires work and dedication. The thing is, for me at least, it doesn't require much preparation, because we're kind of just going into it and talking about it as we go. If I were to actually create like a lesson plan, that would require some upfront work. But I appreciate that you think of it that way. Donate 181. Big Mac index. I've been watching you on YouTube and yelling into the abyss. Let's see. Yeah. Do I prefer React or Vue? Yeah, I think instead of editing this down, we're gonna create separate. I'll use the same code base, but just talk through it as a single course. Because the thing is, if you if you watch the YouTube playlist, I explain the same things over and over and over again, and that's the nature of doing live streams because you get people coming in and out of the stream. Do I prefer React or Vue? I actually prefer Vue.js. I have a lot of opinions on why that is, but I write React on a daily basis because I have a full-time job, and React is a lot more popular, and more employers use React than Vue in my area. Nice, Mint Jim. Great work. With router. What's the equivalent for Peru? Let's see if that was listed in there. So 13 Big Macs in Peru is equivalent to 11 Big Macs in the US. Interesting. I don't know exactly how to look at this chart, but I think that's the equivalency. So you can buy 13. Yeah, I think it's, yeah. So in, I don't know. I don't know. There's a video tutorial on my break timer. I didn't write the break timer. The break timer is called Timeout by Dejal, and this is only for Macs. But my break timer I really like. Is it running right now? It's not running right now. We have not taken a single break in the past 2 hours. All right, we're gonna take a quick break, but there is a cross-platform break timer app. Does anyone know what it's called? I think it's Stretchly. That's what it is. Yeah, so there's that. And we've talked about it in the past, but we could build something like this. We could use Electron. I know a lot of people don't like Electron, but we could use Electron to build something cross-platform that creates like a screen overlay. This chat over here is an Electron window. You could do something similar. You just have like a full screen. It blocks everything else out. Cool. All right, we're going to take a 5-minute break. I'll catch up on the chat, and then we're going to take a break because I have not taken one yet. That's what I call a quality stream. Keep the bar so I can finally get some profit. Yeah. 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 You're not wrong. You're not wrong. I mean, that's the other thing. I have ads disabled on YouTube. Everything I do is basically for free, except for all of my patrons and YouTube members. I very much appreciate them, and I do get money from them. I got my fortune told by Wishing Well on Twitch. What a magical platform. Nice. Was somebody streaming a wishing well and like you could send bits and then it gives you back a fortune? That's actually a really cool idea. Hope my GPU can't compute. Oh, sorry. Oh, I could do baked beans. Baked bean equivalent units. Yeah. Raises hands into the air and commands yerba mates to fall. Is a mod watch? I think Doc is paying attention to the YouTube chat. Yeah, thank you, Doc. Shout out to Doc. Great mod. Best mod there ever was, except for all the other mods. My mods are great. All the mods are great. I made it. Thanks for the follow, Death by Code. Have you ever done any enterprise work? There's a program in my area that focuses on enterprise Java. Just not sure if working for financial companies would be any fun. It's probably not fun, but you're going to make a lot of money, and that's a decision that you need to make. But I used to work for a large enterprise, and I did .NET and C#. But at the end of it all, I would much rather make less money and do things that are more fun to me and things that I like to do, rather than be a part of the be a cog in the corporate wheel, I guess. Nice. Audio lowers are lower on Twitch than YouTube? I don't know. I don't know. How many Big Macs? It's how many Big Macs $50 US can buy. Oh. Okay, that's good to know. We'd have to figure it out, though. Some equivalent way of saying, based on the amount of money that that person gave in their country, how many Big Macs would that have been worth? Equivalently, how many Big Macs is that worth? Which would be equivalently how many Big Macs I could have bought in my dollar, which is different than the exchange rate. And thanks for the follow, Crows. Yeah. Why do people don't like Electron? Because it's bloated. It's like at a minimum of 50 megabyte payload. Because it embeds the Chromium browser and it embeds the Node.js runtime. That's the biggest reason they don't like it. And if you don't do things right, it potentially opens itself up to security vulnerabilities, because you basically have access to a node runtime directly inside of the browser. So you have to be very careful of how you do things. Yeah. Thank you, Unhot. Oh, I appreciate that. I'm doing my best. I have heard about Ludum Dare. I assume that the majority of people streaming in science and technology right now are actually doing Ludum Dare, especially InstaFluff. Um, yeah, but I, I mean, I say I have to work. I'm technically procrastinating right now, but I'm pretty busy this weekend, so I can't really participate. Oh, nice. Yeah, it's good to hear. Wait, what was this? Is this the fortune?
Time to do that. All right, Alka. All right, here comes Alka. Oh, Alka. Here comes your fortune. Oh. Oh. Dear Alka, go outside and smile, for the light reflecting off your teeth will one day touch a distant star.
What a novel concept. So I assume that someone is actually streaming themselves, but they have some way of converting their camera into the thing talking, and they're accepting bits. That's great. That's great. That's awesome. And thank you for the follow, Sasmir. Oh, nice. Welcome, Velreen. It's slow going here. We're almost done implementing this table, which is what we started doing 2 hours ago. Can I link the Big Mac thing? Yeah, I'll link you to just the Wikipedia article, the Big Mac index. That's just one of the things they do. It's really cool. What about offering pair programming so someone can pay you to pair program together and then also stream it for free? That's a possibility. I sort of have that right now. Like if you look on my Patreon, no, Patreon, the top tier, which is $100 a month. There is nobody has done this yet, so the price just might be too high. But if you choose this tier, you get 1 hour of direct video chat with me every month. That was the idea. I should probably lower it a little bit, or maybe increase it to 2 or 3 hours. But yeah, we could do something where like that person pays to do pairing, or maybe even like mentoring, and then we stream it. I don't know. I haven't really thought about monetization that much. I think coding is fun regardless of what it is I'm programming. I agree. There are some contexts where coding isn't as fun though, and it's mainly people. Other people make coding not fun. Yeah, hard agree. Discord, yeah, Discord was made with Electron. Slack was made with Electron. What else? VS Code is made with Electron. So there are a lot of popular apps made with Electron. Just a lot of people don't like it. Top 10, nice. That thing is awesome. Yeah. If it was text to speech, it could be entirely automated. There doesn't even have to be somebody actually manning the stream, and it's just like a money machine. Crazy, crazy, crazy. And thanks for the follow, Doseby. And good night, Rod. Thanks for hanging out. That wishing well, yeah. Code Kata's app code structure stuff. Interesting. Interesting. How much storage do I need on a MacBook? I feel like upgraded storage is insanely expensive, and I don't know if you even need that storage if you don't do creative work. Yeah, this MacBook I'm using has a 256 gigabyte hard drive. And I have 60 gigabytes free. So I will say, when I had Adobe Premiere Pro and Adobe Illustrator installed on here, I only had like 20 gigs free. So that is a thing. And actually, I haven't mentioned this yet, but I just ordered a new MacBook Pro. I think it'll be here on Monday. And that one has a 500 gigabyte hard drive. Yeah. My core skill right now, I'd probably call JavaScript, because I haven't done C# in like 5 years. Dedicated. I've done it like a little bit on the side. Wait, what? What is this? Atom is made with Electron as well. Other people may make code not fun. I want to share with this code. It's so true though, isn't it? Because in the real world of software engineering, and you deal with like product managers and clients and bosses and teammates, and honestly, they're the ones that make coding not fun. I mean, if you can just do what you want all the time, it's fun. Electron is made with Electron. Yes. The thing is, integrating with Twitch chat, this is the first, I'm sorry, with YouTube chat, this is the first time that I've ever done. I coded this morning. It took me like a little over an hour to figure out. The YouTube API is not nice. In terms of sending live chat messages, there's so many hoops you have to jump through, but I finally figured it out, and I have a pretty decent code, like a code snippet that I can use in the future. But that could work now, because I could put a link and then automatically send that link to YouTube and automatically send that link to Twitch and Discord. All right, am I ever going to catch up on chat? Oh yeah, no, I'm totally thinking of that. So who donated 100? It was Sean. Sean, reach out to me on Discord. I'll help you out. What do you need? A debug session, life advice? Let me know. Because yeah, that was a fantastic donation. I work for a very small company as a software consultant, and we basically, a software consultant is like a freelancer, but you have you're working with a team. So we have a project management team and a sales team. Whereas if you're a freelancer, you're kind of doing all that work yourself. So I am part of the development department at a software consultancy. And I like that. I like that I don't have to be my own salesman. I don't have to I mean, I still talk to clients, and it's good to talk to clients to get an idea of the software that you're developing. But it can be a pain to find new clients. Sometimes it's better, it helps if someone else can talk to the client to relay things to you if it's not super important that you're there. But I will reiterate, devs should talk to clients as well. Some people don't think that they should. Welcome, James. Welcome to the live stream. And thanks for the follow. How old am I? It's a 2015 MacBook Pro. And the one that I just ordered, I got used on eBay. It's a 2015 MacBook Pro. I don't like USB-C. I don't like the newer keyboards. I don't like the touch bar, which that doesn't exist anymore. I don't like anything about the new MacBooks. So I got a used MacBook. 2 3-terabyte hard drives and 2 smaller SSDs. What about SQL? All right, I need to take a break. Yeah, we try to do agile, and that's what I mean about developers should communicate at least with the clients. You don't want to just be told what to do and then just implement that thing. You should know about what's going on and what are the requirements, and you should have some input in that. Difference between hash router and browser router. Hash router does this to your URL. It puts a little hash there. And it uses the fact that JavaScript can listen for when the hash changes. Whereas browser router uses the HTML5 history API to dynamically change the URL without the hash. But in doing that, the static file server that you're making the request to needs to know what to do when a route is requested that isn't an actual file, which is why it can be tricky to set up a browser router for deployment. Typically, you have to do URL rewrites, whereas hash router will pretty much work with any static deployment. Tried to roll back and it fails because of the change the company table name. Any advice? Yeah, you can just drop all the tables. I don't know if you can do that from adminer. We can definitely do it from PSQL. Let me see. Let's do this. I'm gonna go ahead and just create the tables really quick. Where are we at? So this worked on mine because I had already rolled back. But if you go into adminer, just straight up delete the tables. You can click the check here and then just say drop, and then just drop all the tables in the database. Can't drop database because other things depend on it. Just try a bunch of times. You may have to drop them in the right order. Like, you probably want to drop the user table first because other things are dependent on that. No, not the user table. Look at the diagram. This will be an exercise in understanding the relationships. You could drop, let's say, the item table for, nope, because this is dependent on it. Actually, if you look at the, Did I create an ordered table names? Yeah. So I created this ordered table names array, and this is the order that you can drop them in. Do item type, manufacturer, address, drop them one at a time until they're all gone, and then you can rerun the migrations. And especially if you drop the you want to drop the knex migrations table, because that's where it keeps track of what migrations have run. And if you're trying to start from scratch, you don't want that to exist. So we could have done that, but because I'm still in this state, I can actually roll back, which will drop all the tables. What did I do? Oh, just roll back. Yeah, same thing. I think it, we'll figure it out. I gotta take a break, but when I come back, we're gonna be able to drop these tables. It's like a freelancer with a team, so a company. Yes, but we're not a product company because we build products for other companies that need products. I'm not switching to Linux. I'm still using MacBook. Oh, did they? I don't know. I still like the fact that with the MacBook Pro 2015, there's a dedicated HDMI port and dedicated USB ports. You don't need converters and stuff like that. And thanks for the follow, Spioween. I would say my main programming language is JavaScript, and I can do other things too, but mainly JavaScript. If you go to coding.garden, click on that button that says React or search for React, you can see a lot of the different videos I've done with React. I don't have an official course on React. I've just done a lot of building with it. I mentioned to check out Academind on YouTube. They have really good playlists for learning React. We had to intern for a company. That's cool. I think coding can be fun, but you must touch different stuff. If backend and DBs tires you, you should work on Creative Mind and do some design stuff. Yeah, change it up. Keep it interesting. Definitely. Got my decked out 2015 MacBook Pro for $1,500. USB Type A master race. Yeah, this at least has USB Type 3. Oh, wait. Oh, sorry. That's the version. Yes, Type A is the nice square one that the majority of things still have. Not everything has been converted to USB-C yet. That terminal penguin is so cute. Oh, thank you. That's Tux. He's the Linux penguin. I mean, technically we're running on a Mac, which is based on FreeBSD, but it's Unix-based. I don't know. That's Tux. He gives fortunes. No, there are a ton. There's PGP-MyAdmin. You can use desktop apps like Heidi SQL, Table Plus, Postico. Just search for Postgres admin UI, and you'll get a whole list of different ones that you could use. Adminer is just one of them. Hey! If anybody was watching the live coder stream, someone was referring to Robert Tables as Robertables. Robertable. Yeah, if you all, I'm sure you've all seen Robert Tables, who streams here on Twitch, but he was calling him Robertables. I wonder if that's some sort of inside joke, or if he really didn't know if it was Robert Tables. And thanks for the follow, Quaid, and thanks for the follow, Lindry. Yeah, migrate down. Well, I have the migrate command in my package.json, just named rollback or migrate, but it calls knex under the hood. Why Mac and not Windows? Because it's Unix based. It's a lot closer to Linux. Why did I not wait? Because I'm sure it's still going to have USB-C and it's not going to have a dedicated HDMI port. That's why. I don't have any plans right now, but eventually. I'm not using any dongles. Yeah. Drop table ABC cascade will delete tables with foreign key constraints. Okay, so maybe I need to check. Actually, let's do this. Check. We could write the direct SQL to do it. SQL command. Drop table user cascade. Execute. Oh, in Postgres, user is a is a reserved keyword. So when you're doing your queries, you have to wrap it in double quotes because the user table is the reserved one. Cool. What am I doing? I need to take a break. Robertables. I believe it's a joke. Okay, cool. Little Bobby tables. Hello, Boga. Yeah. Take the break. Get some REST API. All right, yeah, I'm gonna take a 5-minute break, and then when we come back, we're gonna do it. We're gonna we're going to finish all of these tables so that next time we can start building an API. Next time. But before I leave today, we are going to finish these tables. You can guarantee that. Take it to the bank. And also, if we make it to $1,337, I will eat a can of baked beans. Unlikely. Come on, Bob. Next time. All right, I'm going to take a 5-minute break. Thanks everyone for hanging out so far. And a huge shout out to all of my patrons and YouTube members for supporting the stream. And a huge shout out to everyone that's donated so far. Jorge, Script Kitty, Manoloito, Sean, Cedric, Lemuel, Moshiko, ZCK, Alka, Gregors, Terrazoid, Nico Technic, Merlin, Script Kitty again. Thank you all for the donations. Much, much, much appreciated. We're going to take a quick break. I will be back in, let's call it 10 minutes. I'll be back in 10 minutes. See you there. Hello, hello, hello. We're back. And there's been a lot of follows. Oh, that's my timer. It's really loud. There've been a lot of follows. I'm sorry if I have not acknowledged all of them. So we're gonna do a lightning round. And if I've acknowledged you already, congrats, you get a second acknowledgement. Thanks, Mental and It's Dude and Looper and Sale and ALS Consulting and Kingbori and Instagram and Dodos and Coding Phil and Andy and Hunterman and Pep and Death by Code and Kraus and Sasmir and Doze and James and Spleen and Quaid and Lendre and Bic Creeper and Hi-Fi D and Victor and Edvin and Flying and Hans Mention and K and MSK 2016. Thank you all for following. It's much appreciated. Answer. 5 seconds. Bulma or Bootstrap? I'll say this. Bootstrap, I've used a lot more, so I'm much more efficient in it, and I can like do things without having to look at the docs. But I kind of like the way Bulma looks a little bit better, and I like the way they have. So I like some of their helper classes a little bit better. I'll say that. I managed to drop all the table you said one by one. Oh, that's good to hear, Luke. Sorry that you had to do it like that. The other fix would have been to change the migrations dot down, but you figured it out. That's good. Oh yeah, and Ryuku beat. No worries. You can ask multiple times, but this thing is only going to register that question once. Let's see, did I miss anything else? I think that's about it. Oh yeah, and Infi, you'd be proud to know that in all of the overlays, I added a custom style that hides the browser sync thing from flashing, um, which is nice. Oh, and thank you, MB. I'm glad you found me too. Thanks for being here. Did I use a CSS framework for this app? This one? No. My chat overlay? No, this is just custom CSS. But in the app that we build for the home inventory app, we might, just to speed things up a little bit. Bulma wins because of the hero class. Nobody uses Jumbotrons. That scared me. Oh, hello, Mint Jim. We're back. And thanks for the follow, Ezrab. Okay, let's do this. Let's try to answer a couple more questions, and then we're gonna do these tables, implement these tables. We just have to. We just have to. Okay. I sort of talked about this, so I'll go ahead and close this question. But I think what's nice about HateOS and also like JSON API, and for those of you that haven't seen it before, let's just look this up. And hello, Katoli, welcome. So the thing is, I have all of the overlays, at least the static file servers running on my laptop here, and then my streaming PC has like 5 different browser sources. But my streaming PC is like a beast. Like you can't even hear the fans right now because it can handle it. So, well, thank you, Ezra. Why is my GitHub super zoomed? What? Oh, so people can see it because when it's at 100%, it's really hard to see on stream. You'll notice that the majority of my things are very big so that people on stream can see them. Cool. Where were we? Oh yeah, HateOS. Hypermedia as the engine of application state. And so typically, if you've ever come across an API that looks like this, then this is HateOS. It is you have your data that comes back from the API in a somewhat unified format, and it contains hypermedia links to other entities that are related to it. So it's a pretty cool way of doing things. The one thing I like about it is it's kind of like a self-documenting API. Like if you have something like this, then you don't necessarily have to run to the documentation to figure out what are the endpoints that you need to hit. And JSON API is very similar, if not the same thing. Maybe JSON API is a type of HateOS, but JSON API also has the specification. Like sometimes I say JSON API, but I'm just talking about a RESTful API that returns JSON, not necessarily the JSON API specification. And this similarly includes links to itself, to Next, links to related entities, and things like that. So I think it's cool. It's like self-documenting code, a self-documenting API. I personally haven't spent the time to build an API like that. And thanks for the follow, the Cuppy King. Thanks to everyone who took my time to answer my questionnaire. Oh, cool. Cool, Jim. I'm glad people could answer that. Yeah, I think I'm a 3Q on Coding Garden. Code Wars. The thing is, I've literally only used this website on stream. Like, maybe once have I done coding challenges not on stream. But like you can see Julian. I think Julian was watching earlier. He has 15,000 honor on Code Wars. But yeah, I'm rated as a 3Q. Hypermedia as the something for application state. How big? Wait, what's how big? And hello, Limanish. It's been a while. I have an app built using Next.js and Redux. I don't know where should I call my API actions, server side or client side. So the thing about Next.js is that during the initial render, it will actually call the API on the backend. And then after that, it behaves as a single page application, and the API calls will happen on the client side. Now, how do you configure that? I don't really know because I haven't used 8OS sounds aggressive. I don't really know because I haven't used Next.js that much, but I believe there is it's like a lifecycle hook that says like server stuff or client stuff. Anybody here that uses Next.js might know what I'm talking about. But basically, there's a way you can decide if it should be called on the client or the server. And if it doesn't really matter, then you should do it in the default way because Next.js will take care of it. But I will say I don't really use Next.js, so take that answer with a grain of salt. Can I explain NPM dependencies? Sure, and we'll talk about it in the context of this project. So NPM is the negligible psychological misery that is used with JavaScript. And there are a lot of different packages here. So I particularly am using knex, and that's listed here. Anyone can publish packages here on nuptial predicament meditation or mediation. And like I've published a package called the Easy Pizza API. And there it is. You can see it, and you can install it, and you can order a pizza with JavaScript. And I built this live on stream like over a year ago. So this is a place where people can create libraries and push them here and host them here so other people can download and use them as well. There are other ways of hosting packages on the nuptial predicament mediation or the No Princess Mario. But this is probably the main way that most people do it. And then in your local project, you have this thing called a package.json. And the package.json describes the dependencies of your application. So your app has a name, and technically, if this were to be a public app, you would want this name to be unique, and it should be something that's not taken from NPM, but not all packages are published to NPM. Some are actually projects. So mine is just called backend, and that's fine because I'm not going to put this on NPM. But we also describe what are our dependencies. So here we have bcrypt, which we use for hashing passwords. .env is for environment variables. Knex is what we've been using to talk to the database. And PG is the Postgres driver. And all of these, each one of these, you can look them up by name on NPM, are packages that have been published, and we can install them locally. And similarly, we have our dev dependencies. Now, when you install an NPM dependency, it gets put into this folder called node modules here. And as you can see, there's a whole lot of stuff. A whole lot. And this is why a lot of people actually don't like Node and NPM and the whole Node.js ecosystem. But the idea with that node modules folder is when you do npm install to install one specific package, that package itself could have dependencies as well. So for example, if we take a look at knex, you can actually see on Nostradamus Prophecy Machine that it has 15 dependencies, which is colorette, commander, debug, ESM, getops. And so all of these themselves are also listed on Nostradamus Prophecy Machine. So you can go into those projects and see that, oh, well, this potentially has dependencies, or no, this doesn't have any dependencies. But it does have dev dependencies. And so each project can have dependencies, but those dependencies could have dependencies as well, like Lodash. And Lodash, oh, actually, that has no dependencies. So the fact that knex has a dependency on all of these things means that when I do an npm install knex, all of those dependencies get copied down from... what are we calling it now? Normal people MMM, and put into this folder. And then for each one of those dependencies need to be resolved as well, and those get put into this folder as well. And they actually literally get copied. So like we could go into the knex folder, and it's literally the knex library. Like we could go into lib and look at index, and this come on, eat baked beans. I saw Yap Yap Dup. I don't know who you are, but your image is set as my face, and that's interesting. I don't know why you do that, but it's funny. But yeah, if you look in the node modules directory, it's literally just a bunch of JavaScript code. So basically, all my dependencies of my dependencies live in here. And then when I require something in, like in this case, I'm requiring knex, it knows to look in my node modules folder to find that JavaScript file. So that is, in a nutshell, how npm dependencies work and how they live on your machine. It actually is not, I mean, the fact that every single thing is copied and lives in this folder is kind of lame, because every single project you do npm install on will copy all of those files from npm into that folder. And there are other tools that help with potentially using symlinks instead of copying everything, but by default it just copies everything. So hopefully that helps Envy. And Ryu is asking, what's my favorite way to style my app? A CSS framework, a library, Sass, pure CSS, or what? So at work, I do use React, and we are using Material UI. This is, for the most part, like one of the most popular UI component libraries for React. And even, I mean, this may be heresy. Is that the right word? This may be a bad thing that people don't like. But even though we're using Material UI, sometimes we just use them for their component system, and we actually style them so it doesn't look like Material design anymore. And take it or leave it, you may hate that, but their component system and their way of styling things we like, and so that's why we use Material UI. If I'm not using React, I might use something like Vuetify.js, which is a component library. If I'm not using Vue or React, I might actually reach for either Bootstrap or Bulma. Everyone, like, there's just some side conversation happening. I don't know what's happening. And then lately, I mean, especially if you've watched the stream, I do just like write things in CSS, but it's not my strong suit. Sass is cool. And also, if I'm doing styles directly with React and we don't have Material UI, I'm using React JSS, which looks like this. Tailwind looks interesting. I haven't used it in any apps really. But CSS in JS allows you to define CSS classes. And it basically allows you to create scoped CSS that you can use. And then React JSS is on top of that to give you some hooks to get access to those generated classes. And so I prefer to use this. It is a JavaScript syntax. A lot of people don't like that because it's not CSS syntax. But part of JSS, and because it is JavaScript and it's being compiled at build time to like dynamic CSS classes, yeah, people hate it. Because of that, you can do things that you would do like in Sass. So these styles could get access. Well, you can't do that in Sass, but you could create loops that do things. You could create variables for colors, and that's just a JavaScript variable. You can create nested selectors just like you do in Sass. But it's just JavaScript at the end of the day, and it just gets compiled into CSS. But that's my preferred ways of doing things. Yeah, cool. All right, what all did I miss? Oh, come on, the Manish. Is there anything better than Electron for desktop apps? It really depends on what you're trying to do, but there is Proton for React. It's called Proton Native, and it's very similar to React Native in that you write code that looks like React, but at the end of the day, it gets compiled down to like native code that can run in a desktop environment. So there's Proton Native. There's also Vuedo. Let's take a quick stretch. If you're watching from home, feel free to stand up for a second. Whew. Yeah, so check out Proton Native. And then Vuedo lets you use Vue in a very similar way to how you would use Proton Native. But both of these things are built on top of libui, which is a cross-platform GUI framework that's written in C. So these are alternatives, and you might prefer these over Electron because it doesn't ship with the Chromium browser. It's not a Node.js. Actually, I believe you can use Node.js modules. But you can actually create like really small executables because it's not the full Chromium engine. However, there are some limitations. I think you can't really even do images because libui doesn't support images. Yeah, I don't think there's even an image widget right now. Though technically, I think you can have like a web view. I don't know. But there's some options there too. And actually, does Xamarin's a C# thing, but does Xamarin have cross-platform desktop? Cross-platform for desktop developers. So if you like C#, this will probably get you there. I've never used it though. But those other things that are mentioned are much more similar to Electron because it's like web technologies. Yeah. For an aspiring junior dev, is Vue recommended or React? I think it depends on the job market in your area. And you should search the job boards. Are they asking for people that know React? Are they asking for people that know Vue? React is a lot more popular, at least in my part of the world. That being said, a lot of companies actually don't hire for you knowing a specific technology. A lot of companies will hire good developers, and they know that you can pick up and learn something. So, yeah, it depends. That said, if you do learn React, you're going to become a much better JavaScript developer because you have to write a lot more JavaScript. Is that a good thing? Is that a bad thing? I don't know. But with Vue, a lot of things are built in, so you have to write less code. At the end of the day, less code is good, but you touch less of the JavaScript things when you're doing Vue. Oh yeah, I totally forgot about that. Thank you, Win320day. This was 8 minutes ago, but I also have a library on here called Create Express API. It's kind of similar to Create React App, except it's broken on Windows because I don't have a Windows machine. But you can run this, and it clones a Git repo that has a starter Express app. But yeah, I published this to npm. Anybody can publish something to npm. Yeah. Come on, eat the beans. Well, we haven't gotten any donations lately, so it's probably not going to happen. Tailwind is cool. I like the idea that you just add classes and you don't really have to write any CSS. But I'm not using it in any of my apps. PostCSS. I haven't used PostCSS directly, but if you're using any front-end framework, like Create React App comes with a Webpack config that's using PostCSS under the hood, so you get it for free. And I mean, any production app that's trying to support multiple browsers should be using PostCSS because it adds all the browser prefixes. That's I don't know, Doc, but that would be a good study to do. Wappalizer. Oh, I've seen that before. Yeah, it tries to analyze what programming language a website is using. I feel like my IQ goes up every stream. Nice, Shines Love. That's good to hear. I'll put one on TMI. Oh yeah, and shout out to Alka and TMI.js. TMI.js is the de facto library for writing JavaScript code that talks to the Twitch API. And look at him. Look at him. He published it to npm in TMI.js. And thanks for the follow, Bufu. What do I think about Svelte? I think it's cool. They have great ideas. And in the future, other front-end frameworks will do similar things to Svelte. Similar things that Svelte do. All right. Here we go. Lightning round coding session. Let's finish these tables. So, Alka is a big deal. I'm honored to have you in my chat, Alka. Thanks for being here. Who is also a member of the Live Coders team. So check out Alka's Twitch channel as well. Where are we at? Okay, so we're working on this item info table. We just, earlier we decided that we needed 2 price columns. We need the purchase price and we need the MSRP. So we will do that. So we have price, which is not nullable and defaults to 0. And then similarly, we want the MSRP, which is not nullable and defaults to 0. Let's finish those tables. Inspirational quote number 39,294. What's the best full stack framework? It's hard to say. Hard to say. I like Feathers.js, but it's not necessarily a full stack framework. It's a framework for the back end, but you still need to write the front end. They do provide a client library, which makes integration pretty easy, but you get to choose whatever JavaScript front end you want. Yeah. Oh yeah, totally. Shout out to Instafluff. Instafluff has a ton of packages on npm, and they all usually start with comfy. Yeah, let's look at all their packages. They've got comfy.js, comfy translate, comfy mongo, comfy db, comfy vars, web, all these things. They're all cool packages. And thanks for the follow, Deep Fried Dev. All right, we almost did it, but now we need a foreign key relationship to the inventory location. So we'll do references table names dot inventory location. Cool. And that will be not nullable because every item must have an inventory location. But okay, we actually have created that table, and we've also created this table. Whew. All right. Great work. Great work, everyone. We're in the home stretch. We just have 2 more tables. Next up is item image. So this is actually going to allow us to store multiple images along that belong to an individual item. So here we go. We're going to implement this one now. And what is that emote? Oh yeah, I think someone had asked about the search engine I'm using or how I do this !npm thing. I'm using DuckDuckGo, and it has all of that built in. So if you go to duckduckgo.com, it is a search engine that cares about your privacy. But if you do !, you can see all of the different searches that they have built in. And it's really nice. And because I have that set as my default search engine, means I can do things like this. mdn string replace. And then that jumps to mdn and searches for string replace. But technically, it's going through DuckDuckGo. Bet you change those back to nullable after the app demands you enter all these different prices for the 100th can of beans. Yes, but we could create a nice user experience that looks at the previous price of a bean that's been purchased and autofills the field. But yeah, Doc makes a great point. By making these foreign keys non-nullable or not nullable, that means when we insert a row, we have to have that foreign key relationship existing already, so that way we can add the foreign key relationship. So because we're in, and also if something's like not nullable, but actually I don't think I made my prices not nullable. Oh no, I did. Yeah, well they default to 0. That's easy. If I don't enter it in, it's just 0. So yeah. The column name should be purchase price. Is that what I have in my diagram? Yeah, cool. Should we call it MSRP price or MSR price? No, we'll call it MSRP. That's like widely known, right? I dropped the, well, we'll figure it out. We're going to drop the entire database. And actually, yeah, that's what we'll do whenever I need to run all of this. I'm just going to drop the entire database. So anybody else that's having problems, I'll show you how to just literally wipe the whole thing. And thanks for the follow, Suho or Suo. And thanks for the follow, Geok. Interesting. I don't think we agreed to that on Hot. Instafluff with the raid! Welcome, everyone! Welcome, welcome. Oh, wow. I think this is the first time I've actually been streaming at a time when you can raid me. And we were just talking about you, Instafluff. Someone had asked about, like, what is NPM and how does it work? And we showed your profile just to show that, like, I showed mine and I showed the packages I've published. I showed the packages you've published. But welcome, everyone. Are you still working on Instafluff? Are you still working on the Ludum Dare game? Did you start writing code or did you get images? Or welcome, Raiders. Hello, Lil Hazy and Crimson and Bea and Simrose and Songfox and Instafluff. Welcome. And Maya, welcome. Raid. That's Alka's version of the Instafluff raid. And Miss Nightcrawler. Yeah, you finally came here. Welcome, everyone. That's awesome. And Beachcast, welcome. Also a member of the Live Coders team. And Instafluff is a member of the Live Coders team. A random Tim. Welcome. And thanks for the follow, Ninja and Simrose. Hello, the artifact. Here's the thing. I honestly will donate all of this money that was donated. It was a joke because there's this inside joke about baked beans right now, and so I said if we get $1,337 in donations, I will eat baked beans live on stream. But yeah, that's a great point. I'm going to donate all of this money that was donated. And thanks for the follow, Beachcasts. When reading the name, CJ just becomes 100% insta. Thank you, Emphy. Baked beans, yeah. Oh yeah, so InstaFluff, how is Ludum Dare going? Are you coding already? And yeah, how's it working out? And thanks for the follow, Zero. Oh, no worries. Yeah. Go. Thanks for bringing all your friends in here. And I'll let everyone that came to hang out let you know what we're working on. I think I missed some chats, but that's okay. If you said something, feel free to say it again. But this is probably the 6th or 7th episode where we are working on this SQL database. So, wait, how's this work? There we go. So in the first episode, and hello, John, welcome, and thanks for the follow today. In the first episode, we designed this database and basically just talked about denormalization and how to model a more complex database instead of just having like one table with a lot of duplication. So can I stop slow mode? No, we're going to keep slow mode on. So we designed this in the first episode. We started to implement it today. We almost have implemented the whole thing. We have 2 more tables to go. So we're getting there. And I actually do this all with JavaScript. So we're using this library called knex.js, which is a SQL query builder. And that lets us write code in JavaScript that could potentially run on any one of these SQL databases that it supports. And so right now what we're doing is we're taking this design that we created and implementing it using knex. So we just implemented the item info table. And knex is cool because it lets you, and you can have this opinion. It's totally valid that raw SQL is better than a SQL builder or a query builder. But I do prefer a query builder because basically all of this JavaScript code that we're writing will ultimately get generated into SQL code that runs directly on the database. So that's what we're doing. We've got a lot of tables. One thing that I like about, I'll mention this really quick. No, John says no. One thing that I like about this is I've created all of these utility functions that make it so that I don't have repetitive SQL code. So all of our tables have a created at and updated at time. All of them have a deleted at time. And I have this function where I can just pass in the table and automatically add those columns. We have some tables that just have a name property. And so that's like repetitive. No, come on, people. That's like repetitive, potentially repetitive SQL to create a table that just has a name column. So we have this nice little function that just creates a table with a name column. Also, we've codified like a URL has a maximum length of 2000. An email has a maximum length of 254. When we are adding foreign key references, this takes care of always making sure they're unsigned, on delete cascade, all this stuff. You can't really do this with SQL. You can't write functions for defining your schema in SQL. Can you do that with Yes SQL? But yeah, eventually, like right now, we're just working on the database. But eventually, once we build an API and a front end and all that good stuff, I most likely will use JSON Web Tokens for authorization. Enumerators. Interesting. No. Somebody mentioned Yes SQL before. Maybe SQL? Perhaps SQL. Is Yes SQL a thing? Oh, a .NET document database working on any RDBMS. Interesting. Hello, Beachcast. Is that a what kind of emote is that? It didn't come through. This is my break timer. If you've been sitting at home watching Twitch for like the past few hours, go ahead and stand up, take a quick stretch. And I swear to you, we are going to implement these last 2 tables. So it's kind of, I don't know if it's a meme, but this has been happening. This is our 7th episode, and it's taken us this long to implement the tables because we keep answering questions in the chat and stuff like that. Oh, okay, nice. It might be that my parser didn't find the emote inside of the HTML. Put spaces on it, and it might work. Like, put spaces between the tags. Time to stretch, yeah. I just stretched. I ate a whole pizza. Cool. Let's see. There are other questions. Post CSS. Yeah, use Post CSS. It's pretty easy to set up. SQL. Doesn't React come with JSS? I mean, what's the difference between the object that the styled attribute accepts? We were talking about this a second ago, but CSS, nice. Look at that. Hi. Is that BF? That might be. React JSS. This. So while this looks like you're just creating inline styles, you're not. What happens with this is it actually generates CSS classes at runtime. So instead of having inline styles directly on your elements, this literally generates classes, adds them to the page, and then you can reference them using their dynamically generated name in your component. So that's why CSS in JS is different than just inline styles. How good does a junior have to be to get a job? Just got to be able to do, like, if somebody asks you to build something and you can build it, that's really all you need. There's a much more complex answer there, but it's a little off topic, so we're going to keep going. Print that result. All right. We're not using, what is system out Java, or is that, I don't know. Damflit is asking, just arrived, are we doing auto incrementing IDs or UUIDs? We're just doing auto incrementing IDs, mainly because this is a SQL database. I have never actually used UUIDs with Postgres. I don't know if they have like a built-in UUID function. Actually, let's see if knex adds a UUID column based on the built-in UUID type and falls back to character 36. Interesting, but with the UUID column, you might have to write application code that generates the UUID at insert time. Whereas with we're using table.increments for the IDs, which automatically creates an ID column that auto increments. But yeah, we're using auto incrementing IDs. Oh, nice, yeah. So some people had to get really clever to get things working in here. So yeah, marquees work. You can actually use the font tag. We disabled style tags and style attributes because people were doing really weird things. But yeah, wait. Oh, in Java, okay. No worries, Beachcast. You don't have to write them yourself. Okay, it might depend on which SQL database you choose, because that SQL database might not have UUIDs implemented. But that's good to know. There's Alka. Lots of Alkas. Postgres has sequences, not auto increment. Like under the hood, this just creates an auto incrementing sequence. I'm not sure exactly what you're asking, but I think it does automatically select the next value when you insert rows and all that. There's a lot of things you have to think about when you're using JSON Web Tokens, and I've talked about it in depth before. But JSON Web Token gets a lot of flack because there was a time when a lot of the major library implementations had a small bug where someone could send a JSON Web Token where they specify their own algorithm, which is none. But that's been fixed. The main thing is if you store a JSON Web Token in local storage, you open yourself up to potentially cross-site scripting attacks that can just directly access your JSON Web Tokens. That said, if you store a JSON Web Token in a cookie that is not an HTTP only cookie, you run into the same issue. There's a lot of things that depends, and there's a lot of things you can do to make sure that they are secure, like make tokens that don't last a long time, that have a short expiration, and do like refresh tokens. But yeah, it's not an easy answer, but basically you can use JSON Web Tokens and still be secure. On REST APIs, enable write from the front end in a single post without having to wait for the response to know the ID. That makes sense. Yeah, so if you're using a NoSQL database, even like Firebase, it lets you do that, where you can generate the ID ahead of time. But every SQL database I've worked with, I'm always just getting back the auto-incremented ID. Alka SQL. PHP myadmin for Postgres. I mean, we're using adminer. Oh, that looks great. Is that an image? Okay, yeah, it is. There's a lot of tools for adminning. It took me 2 straight hours to make. Oh, you made a BF parser. Okay, and thanks for the follow, PyDevBoy. All right, we're gonna. Actually, I don't know if I'm not gonna run that BF code. Valerine says, I read an interesting article on Medium where the JSON Web Token is split into 2 cookies, where the data part of the token is available in JavaScript, but the signature part of the token is stored in HTTP only cookie. Um, I get what you're saying. I'm trying to think. It does that really make it more secure? Because it's not. I mean, the reason you would want to hide the signature part is to prevent like brute force attacks if that information. Oh, I see. By splitting it up, if you are vulnerable to cross-site scripting, they don't have the full token. I see. That's pretty cool. I could see how that could work. But yeah, and that's one of the major benefits of JSON Web Tokens is that it can be decoded. You should never store secure information inside of a JSON Web Token. Yeah, cool. I'll look into that. That sounds interesting. Boop. Hello. Cornbread. The only thing is I'll have to actually search for the real word, and I don't want to show that on screen to find a parser for it. Any good articles on Knex transactions? Not that I know of. I mean, I know their documentation is a little sparse on transactions. Yeah, I don't really know of any articles. Oof. Hello, Nico. Welcome. And thanks for the follow, Mike and Roman. All right, where were we? All right, we have 2 more tables. We're almost there. Hello, Stick Alien. What do you got? Attempted cross-site scripting. Yeah, so this has been thoroughly tested, and we're using a library called DOM Purify to strip out all the XSS. But if you go into my Twitch clips, I believe it was Inthy was the first person to cross-site script me when I was initially building these overlays. But yeah, we had a fun laugh, and it was a learning moment. But yeah, I'm using this library to strip everything out that I don't want. The PC isn't running. I hear a noise outside. I think someone's vacuuming their car. I don't know. And thanks for the follow, MT Club. Does anyone know what went wrong here? I have a domain for about 1.5 years now and no server behind it. Today I went to the URL and a site came up in view dev mode, a meme site, and I didn't do anything. If the IP address that you had the domain assigned to got reassigned somewhere, somebody could have taken advantage of that. Yeah, it depends on how you had the domain set up. Like if it was an alias to an IP address, technically something else that has the exact same IP address could live there now. It really, yeah, it depends on what are your DNS settings and how is it deployed. UUIDs as primary keys on vanilla Postgres cause table fragmentation and performance issues. Different with Yugabyte and Cockroach. Okay. When I've worked with SQL, I've pretty much always used auto-incrementing IDs. And so in the current project that I'm working on at work, I contemplated adding UUIDs because I wanted something that was unique and not guessable for some of my tables. But what I ended up doing is those tables still have an auto-incrementing ID. So you get all the performance gains of regular plain old auto-incrementing IDs. But if you need to reference it by that UUID, you can. And there's an index on the UUID column. Is that the clip? That's probably a clip. Oh, that's unrelated. No, okay. It's the best. What was this? Did I get cross-site scripted on this one? Oh, no. This is awesome. Watch that clip. I believe it was Doc that made that. He rickrolled me in the terminal. So he wrote a server that detects if you're making the request over curl, and then created like an animation inside of the terminal. Yeah, it's amazing. Yeah, for sure. In JWT. Never heard of that. Just use math.random, says Knucklehead. So I found out about this because of Discord.js, which uses what are called snowflakes. But it kind of uses math.random. So a snowflake, like flake ID gen. Here's my longer break timer. Let's take a quick stretch. So it was deployed to a DigitalOcean droplet with DNS to DigitalOcean, but I deleted that droplet months ago. So it's probably that IP address got reassigned to someone else's droplet. Yeah. Yeah, so on the idea of something similar to UUID is snowflakes, which I think originated from Twitter, but Discord uses them in their APIs. But it's a unique ID that has the timestamp embedded in it, and then also like some random stuff on the end of it. But because they are, because they begin with the timestamp, they are sequential. So they're sequential just like regular auto-incrementing IDs, but it's good for distributed systems as well because you can embed like the data center, the worker of where that ID was generated. It's a pretty interesting concept. It's like distributed unique ID generation. That's what would help with that. Beachcast had a similar thing happen once. I pointed the name servers to my default, but hadn't set up the DNS zone yet. Someone took advantage of that and created a DNS zone. Interesting, yeah. And thank you, Fulano, for the follow. I assign my domain to Cloudflare even when not in use, yeah. Primary key is often prepended to the start of any additional indexes in many DB engines, so UUIDs flood the indexes with data when they're the primary key. Yes. Yeah, it can be tricky. So that's why you might have a primary key ID, which is like an auto-incrementing integer, and then something else that you can query by, but it's not necessarily the unique ID. Jokes aside, never use math.random for UUIDs. It's not nearly random enough to provide the non-collision guarantees that make a UUID a UUID rather than just an old hex string. Thank you, Doc, for the hot tip. Much appreciated. Yeah, and there's an article on JWT. I'm telling you, we're gonna implement these tables. We really are. I've been using DigitalOcean for like 4 to 5 years. That's a lot of money. Yeah, let's do the math. I mean, if you just have like a $5 instance and you multiply that times I don't know, 12 months, 5 times 12 times 5 years, that is $300. Is that a lot of money? I guess it depends on how many droplets you have. Cool. I don't use DigitalOcean. I use AWS Lightsail. Welcome, InstaFluff. Glad you got some food going. But yeah, how's your Ludum Dare game going? Go code. Oh, $25 a month. So that's 25 times 5 times 5. So 25 times 25. Stick Alien, what do you got? Ah. Oh, what are these HTML encoded entities? What are those? But yeah, all attributes get stripped from elements. My break timer is called Timeout by Deshaw. This one. Remember when we used to pay $700 a month for dedicated servers? Yeah, and I use a service called Zeit now, or Zeit. Oh, I mean, I probably shouldn't show you this, but can I just go to the main page? Come on, open it in a new tab. And this is serverless deployments, and as long as you're not using that much bandwidth, it's completely and totally free. Like especially for open source projects. Linked, I mean, it's not that bad. It's a couple of URLs that you otherwise would not have had. But yeah, like it's insane that we can deploy things like that quickly and so cheaply these days compared to what we used to have to do. How's the database app going? I don't think I've written any code since the Raiders got here, so it's going all right. We've got 2 more tables to implement. But yeah. Oh, it's okay. So the app is going good. Finally picked random suspects and encoded it. So now it needs more packaging. Nice. It's good to hear. I guess, do you have, when is Ludum Dare over? Wait, what happened? What did these guys do? Hey, I don't know what you're sorry for, but it's okay. Wait, did I share this link to my break timer? I don't think I did. Actually, if you do !break, you'll get a link to my break timer, which means it's going perfectly. Yeah. 2 p.m. Monday? Okay, nice. Well, let's look at Ludum Dare Game Jam. It ends in 2 days, 1 hour, and 23 minutes. Nice. Oh, no. That's just the way it goes. Like even non-raiders, just people asking questions, and at the end of the day, we're still learning things, right? We're still talking about relevant things. We're just not exactly working on the SQL database. I mean, and it's not like this is due. We're just making this. It's just a thing. Okay, but we're so close. We are very, very close. Let's go. Let's make this item image table. So similarly, we're gonna need a table name for it. So I talked about earlier that this is kind of like an enum in JavaScript. So instead of having just strings all over my code base, we can define them here and then reuse them. And VS Code is smart enough to allow us to rename these, and it renames them everywhere, which is cool. All right. So we want the item image table, which has a relation to the item table. So we're going to say, oh, wait, knex.schema, create table. We want table names dot item image. And then we get a callback where we can define all of the columns. And in this case, oh, actually, I think I forgot. Yeah, I at least did it here. So we just created the item info table, but what I forgot to do is call add default columns. So that's the utility function I wrote that automatically adds all of the created at, updated at, deleted at columns just by doing that. Cool. So we have that. Now we're going to create the item image table. It needs an item ID. So for that, well, first we need an ID. So I'm just going to do table.increments. That'll create the ID column. And then I need to reference the table names dot item. So now we have a foreign key reference to the item table. And we need an image URL. And I believe we have our URL. Yeah, we have our URL helper, which just creates a string column, but it has a default length. So I'm going to say a URL with the table, and this is going to be called image URL. Like that. But if we look at this function, all it does is create a string column. Wait, where is it? Here. Yeah, it just creates a string column that has a maximum length of 2000. It's a varchar 2000. But it's nice that we can just reuse that in any table that has a URL. Stick Alien's trying. They're trying their best. SVGs are allowed though. So, but all attributes will be stripped. So it probably won't run. I don't know. If you find something, that's awesome. Congratulations. 1 table per hour, not bad. Yeah, I mentioned this before though. In the real world, you would have weeks coming up with the database model, like solidifying it, making sure that you're accounting for all potential use cases of the application, like talking to stakeholders and other developers and agreeing on like this is the model that we want. Yeah, it's not all like a stream where I just implement everything in an hour. The real world moves much slower. All right, we have an item image table. Literally weeks. Yeah, and that's a good point. If you find, well, here's the thing. My overlay is using DOM Purify and Marked, which is a markdown parser. So if you find something wrong with my overlay, it could be an issue with my combination of the two. But like Infi is saying, DOM Purify is like an industry standard library. So if you find a bug, you are entitled to a bug bounty for sure. You have found literally a 0 day in that DOM Purifying library. 1 table per hour is still faster than the backup process. 1 line per hour is the golden standard. Diego is asking, can I talk about tools like VS Code, JetBrains, and other IDEs? Personally, I don't like to pay for an IDE because the cost is a lot of money, and we have a lot of free options. What do I think? Yeah, I agree. I like VS Code mainly for the plugin ecosystem. Like, it's really easy to customize and extend the editor. And it's totally open source, and so you can hack on it. There's actually a version of VS Code called VS Codium, which takes out all of the Microsoft metrics and stuff like that. But yeah, I like VS Code, and I've been using this for years. 2 years probably. No, probably a year and a half, because when I first started streaming, I was still using Atom, the spying. Oh, don't forget to add the default column. Thank you. And that's easy enough. We just copy and paste this line of code. There you go. So yeah, I like VS Code. At my former job, we used Visual Studio because I was using C#, and that's what you needed at the time to write C#. But these days, C# is, well, at least the .NET Core is open source, so you can kind of use a lot of different tools for that. But yeah, I like this. It's free. JetBrains potentially costs money, though if you're a student, I think you can get JetBrains for free. And thanks for the follow, The Extreme. What's this about? Come on, Empathy TV. What are you doing? You can't be scaring people like that. We're here to have a good time. Yeah, and the thing is, once we move to fully Twitch chat, I will be able to do that. I technically could do that right now, but the thing, and YouTube, if you're listening, this is what I do not like about YouTube chat, is there is no way to know if a message got deleted or moderated if you're contacting the YouTube API. So anybody that's new here, I'm streaming to YouTube at the same time, and this is the first day where I've told people to come watch on Twitch instead. Hello, Alex from the Dominican Republic. Welcome. Right now, there's 60 people watching on YouTube. Earlier, there was like 100, which it doesn't make that much sense because I'm telling them all to come over here anyways. But yeah, the YouTube live chat API is a pain to deal with. And finally today I wrote a bot that is sending this message every minute to tell people to come over to Twitch. Yeah. Wow. Steak Alien is trying. Maybe you'll get there. And thanks for the follow, Naxdroid. Did we get our first copy pasta? No, I've been copying and pasting all day, haven't I? JetBrains is pretty cool. Yeah, so JetBrains, students get it for free, open source contributors. You just have to fill out a form and you can get it for free. And I mean, depending on your work, your employer will probably pay for JetBrains if you really want it. I still prefer Visual Studio for C#. It's a great IDE, if not the best ever. Yeah, Visual Studio is really good for web development as well, but it does cost money. Well, thank you, Imphy, for reminding us. Hello, YouTube. Vim is best. Oh, is that the Alcabot command? Not you. Oh. Oh, someone comes in the chat. I see. Copy pasta. Nice. All right. We're almost there, everyone. We're on our way. One more table. Here we go. This one is the related item table. This one's actually pretty interesting because it has 2 foreign key references to the same table, so that way we can add related items to the items in our database. A Twitch badge you should wear with pride. Is this for do you get a Twitch badge for copy pasting? Is that a thing? I don't know if that's a thing, but this should be fairly easy. So we need another table here. Did it ignore your ultra long message? Oh, not a badge. I see. CJ help. What's the related item? Itself. So you could say that this can of baked beans, you saw how I just did that? Out of nowhere, baked beans. This can of baked beans is related to, I don't have it, or here we go, to this can of raviolis. Somehow, because they're from the same manufacturer or something like that. And thanks for the follow, Alex. Was that because I held up the baked beans? Is that why you followed? Because I can do that more. Baked beans. Sorry if you answered this before. How would you recommend finding what type of programming you enjoy and how to get a job in that field? It's hard to say. I have been programming and coding and into technology for like as long as I can remember. So it's always interested me. Like before programming, I was building PCs from scratch. And before building PCs from scratch, I like worked in IT support and fixed computers. So I've always been very technical minded. So it's hard for me to say how to decide what you should get into because I kind of just followed the path. Like I worked in IT support and then I got a computer science degree and then I worked as a software developer. But if you have free time, you can just try different things, especially if you're trying to figure out which kind of programming you want to do. Like myself right now, I'm actually writing JavaScript. So we're writing a backend in node.js, but this code that I'm writing could be written in hundreds of other languages that ultimately ends up doing the same thing. But you just may prefer to use that language. So I would say just try. And if you want to try different languages, Code Wars is a great website for that. So this is a place where you can practice solving problems. And under supported languages, they have a ton. So you can choose 8Q, which is the least difficulty, and then pick a language and try it and like look at the syntax. There's also a website. I forget what it's called. Oh yeah, learn X in Y minutes. This one. Scenic Programming Language Tours. So this website has an index of a bunch of different programming languages, and you can click one, and it will give you a breakdown of how you do things in that programming language. And so this will give you an idea of how that language works. And they have a ton of different languages listed here as well. Is that going to help you decide what you enjoy? No, but it'll give you a good entry point. You can decide what you want to focus your time and efforts on. So yeah, check that out. And Code Wars. And if you like Code Wars, tune in every Wednesday here because I solve problems live and break them down and stuff like that. I feel there's a million different ways to answer this question. Hopefully that was good enough. And thanks for the follow, Alex. Baked beans. Ravioli, give me... What? Welcome, Alex. Welcome to Twitch. All these baked beans just made me hungry at 2 a.m. Object. Now, I do not believe that was a real object. That was you that typed object. NoSQL is the future. Did you just come here to say that? It has its place. Some apps work well with NoSQL, some work well with SQL. Me by SQL. Baked beans. Type error, cannot read property message. Did you wrap it in the code element? Yeah. Cool. Oh. Interesting. Is that the whole message you sent? My overlay here tries to detect if you do cross-site scripting, so I can at least look at the source, but if you just send that means there were no like less thans and greater thans? I don't know. Oh, they make really cool music videos. Not music videos, but videos about music and playing guitar and production and stuff on YouTube. Oh, thanks. Cool, Meatball. I'm glad it helped. Yeah, so there's some node features that you can't use when you submit your code on Code Wars. So if you have in items, there's potentially in times n related item entries. Yeah. I don't know how often this table is going to be used, but someone recommended it when we were initially coming up with the design. Like, you may want to show all of the related items on one page, so you have what they're linked, what the item is and what it is related to. Though, I mean, this could imply a two-way relationship. So because item 1 is related to item 2, because of that, item 2 is related to item 1 as well, so you don't have as many entries. I don't know, Doc. Can you tell me why this is a horrible idea, and maybe what's a better way to do it? Undefined. Okay. knex.js is a query builder, which is just a little bit lower than an ORM. When can I make a reactive full-stack app? We're on our way. I mean, we got to make the database first, and then we'll make the API, and then we'll make the front end, and then we'll be there. Honestly, this project could become a legit open source home inventory solution. It could. And I mean, the code's open source right now. There's in the show notes here on Twitch, there's a link to it. And I plan to keep it open source. So let's take a break. Quick stretch. This might be the first time I'm drinking something on stream. Well, like today. But I'm drinking some green tea with ginseng and with natural sugar. All right, I'm waiting for Doc's response, who's going to tell me that I should not create this table at all. And thanks for the follow, Corrupt. Is that liquid in my coding streams? Icy Killer says, I use Odoo to manage my home inventory. What am I reading in quarantine? I actually don't read much, to be honest. I don't really like books. It's probably an unpopular opinion, but I got my shows. I'm watching Netflix. Cirio says that sounds good. It really is good. I like this tea a whole lot. I wish I could read. So I don't really have a better idea, but if you have a group of related items, that means they all have links to each other in that table. Let's just workshop any performance issues in production. That sounds great. Alka says, I can't tell you the last time I've even held a book that wasn't written by Daniel Schiffman. Yeah. So Alka mentioned that they learned, I don't know if you learned to code, but you at least learned Java and processing by reading Nature of Code. So the setup of my timeout, I have a 10-second micro break every 15 minutes. And the idea with that is like, this isn't the Pomodoro technique or anything like that. This is just every 15 minutes, I want to remember to at least take my hands off of the keyboard. Because I have every now and then I have some carpal tunnel issues. So that pops up and it's like, oh yeah, let's not keep my hands in one position for a really long time. And then I have a 5-minute break every 60 minutes. But you can add as many as you want in there. So I have a 5-minute break every 60 minutes and a 10-second micro break every 15 minutes. The real problem with SQL is it's preserving data with a big data change in picture. Yeah, so that's the thing about, and like that's why, I mean, I'm not going to say that's why this is taking us so long. This is taking us so long because I'm not just writing code. We're interacting and stuff like that. But there are a lot of decisions that need to be made, and you need to know a lot about the problem domain to be able to model your database. Which is why a lot of people might choose something like NoSQL up front, because maybe they don't know the data model and they want to get coding right now, and that data model might actually change, and instead of having to have that model set in stone to begin with, they can kind of change it up a little bit, and it doesn't hurt too bad to do that potentially if you're using NoSQL. But honestly, that's an idea for a disaster, because you could say that you don't know what your schema is, so you're just going to use something that's schemaless, but then eventually it's just like the Wild West and you have like missing data all over the place. So I don't know. Cool. I learned it by watching the videos that went with the book. I didn't have the book at first, just me and a laptop. Nice. What is a book? Do I know TinyCare Terminal with Pomodoro mode in it? I recommend it. I've never heard of it. TinyCare Terminal. A little dashboard that tries to take care of you when you're using the terminal. Nice. So you have the commits that you made today, the commits that you made this week, some quotes. Please remember to breathe deeply. You have a graph of commits, weather. This is pretty cool. Check it out. Drop table. What is this called? iStat menus. It's for Macs. And I believe I have the previous version, because every time they release a new version, you have to buy a new license. So I'm still using version 5, but that's what I'm using. I mean, yeah, there's still people watching on YouTube. I'll still send the link there. What are we doing? We're almost done. We got one more table. We can do this. Bean feature creep. It all depends on the scenario, yeah, or the scenery. Suggestions for learning SQL. Yeah, if you're just wanting to learn about querying, SQL Zoo is really nice. They have like a sequence of exercises you can do to learn the basics of querying. So SQL Zoo is cool. To learn about modeling, I don't really have a resource. We have the first video that I made on modeling this database, but it's very ad hoc. I don't really have a lesson plan or anything. We're kind of just doing it as we go. So yeah, I don't really know. If anybody has any suggestions, feel free to throw them out. And see you later, Anne. Thanks for hanging out with us. Have a great evening as well. Party Parrots, deep thoughts. I call it Django. I don't know. Have I heard about SetApp? Nope. The best apps for Mac and oh, I have heard about this. Do you pay like one price and then you get access to a bunch of apps? I have heard about this. And I've heard about people abusing it to just like pirate and steal a bunch of applications. The thing is, I don't like buy new apps that often, so I don't think I could benefit from this, but it's a pretty interesting concept. You pay like one price and get access to a ton, I believe. That's pretty cool. All right. Here we go. One more table, but I'll answer this question. Do I know how long until they lift the lockdown on Denver? So right now, I live in Denver, Colorado, and we have a stay-at-home, what's the word? Decree. The government hath decree. that we have to stay at home. And Denver, Colorado, that doesn't end until the last day of April. However, I was just reading an article earlier that says we most likely won't lift the ban for like 2 more months. So I don't really know. Officially, it doesn't. It ends at the end of April, but there's potential that they will extend it. Yeah. Order a stay-at-home order. Thank you. All right. Let's create this table that might potentially be a bad idea, but that's okay. And thank you for the follow, Sir Chill. So what we want to create a table names. What are we calling this? Related item. And this table name doesn't exist yet, so we're going to create it here. And here we go. Now, after we write the code to create this table, we still have a little bit of work to do because right now our database is broken because we changed the migrations without dropping things. So we got to fix it. What's the conversion from decree to Karenites? That's a good one, Stefan. Alka, error, undefined symbol decree. Oh, did AlkaBot try to convert it? That's funny. Plop says, in France, it was supposed to end on April 15th. Now it's May 11th. Starting from every region, not at the same time. Yeah. And that's the thing. Denver, Colorado typically has more strict restrictions than, or stricter restrictions than the rest of the state of Colorado. Probably because it's like one of the most populated areas. But yeah. 1 decree to Fahrenheit. Nice. Okay. Table.increments. And then we just have 2 references. So we have, we can see how we did it earlier because we created this custom reference where we can specify the name. So we'll say table.reference. We want to reference table names.item. And this is not nullable. And we want to call it item, which is default. So we'll do this. And then we also want to add a reference to item, but we want to call it related item. Like so. Okay. Now, we do need to update our exports.down. So in database migrations, typically you have an up and a down. Up is usually creating the tables, adding columns, etc. And the down is the opposite, which in this case would be to drop all of these tables that we created. So you know what I'm going to do? So originally when we created this migration to modify the state and country table. Oh yeah, add default columns. Thank you, Plop. Oh, no. Add default columns. There we go. Is there support for non-US states in the app? Like German state codes were designed on purpose to not be in the same as any of the American state codes. Yes. So what we did, I think in the last episode, is we changed our relationship between the state and country in the address table. So it used to be that an address had to have a state ID and a country ID. But we figured out that certain addresses don't actually have a state. So this is actually nullable. And then what we also added was a state has a foreign key reference to the country table. So if even if a state did have the same name, right now there actually isn't a unique constraint on name. However, it would have a different foreign key reference to the country table. So yeah, there's that. And thanks for the follow, Methics. Okay. Exports.down. So we need to drop all these tables that we created in here. So size, item, item info, item image, related item. Let's just create an array of table names. So we have table names dot size. And we're actually going to drop them from the bottom up. So we'll do table names dot related item. And actually, let's see if we can get away with doing this. Hey. So we have all the table names that we want to drop. That and that and that But actually, we want to do this in reverse. So I'm just going to reverse this array. And then we're going to pass it into a promise.all, so that way we wait to drop each one of these tables. Well, no. How did I do it in the previous one? Yeah, we did actually drop them one at a time. Though this could break, because it's technically trying to drop them all at once, and they have relationships on each other. I don't know. We'll just do this, though. So we're going to say await promise.all. We want all of these tables, and then we're going to map it to give us the name, and then we're just going to return knex.schema.dropTable with that name. And all of this gets passed into promise.all. Like that. Okay. That should do it. Let's try to run the migrations. Doc says, apparently Knex doesn't support a cascaded on drop table. You could wrap it in a transaction with set constraints all deferred. The thing is, this down is like, it's like never gonna run. Especially because we're at the initial migrations. Like, this is just our database schema. We haven't started potentially changing things or adding columns. So I'm not gonna worry about that. I never format unless it's someone else's code. Okay. Now, what we can try to do, I think we tried to roll back earlier. We have npm run. Let's try npm run rollback, which is gonna try to roll back any migrations that have been run. Let's see what happens. All right, it broke. Migration failed with error. Drop table related item. Table related item does not exist. So this is actually a different issue. The fact is, it's trying to roll back this migration, but you saw earlier that I ran this migration before I actually created the down. So, and related item doesn't exist. So I'm just going to comment that out. Let's try to roll back even more. Item image does not exist. So actually, from the last time I ran the migrations, all three of those tables don't actually exist. Constraint item info, item ID depends on the item table, cannot drop because other objects depend on it. Item info. Oh yeah, good call. We're gonna use drop table if exists. We're still gonna run into other issues, but it's good to have that. And if I look at my other migration file, I don't have that. I should put that in here too. Drop table if exists. Like that. So that way it won't complain if that table doesn't actually exist. We're gonna get other complaints though. Like, I think we're still gonna get that. Whoa, it worked. All right, can we roll back even more? Hey. Well, apparently that's all we needed. And if we look at admitter, localhost 8090, let's take a quick stretch. It just worked. It just worked. Yeah, great. Okay, let's go into our database and let's make sure all the tables are gone. Does Knex have something like migrate refresh? Good game, yeah, easy. I'll talk about real quick how migrations work. So let's go in here and take a look. Inventory app. So we can see that all the other tables are gone, but Knex creates these two tables: connections lock, Knex migrations lock, and Knex migrations. We don't have to worry about migrations lock, but if we take a look at Knex migrations, this table stores the name of every migration file that has run. So right now there's nothing in it. So when I say Knex, and we'll do like this: npx Knex migrate : latest. This is going to attempt to run the latest migrations. So first thing it's going to do is it's going to look in this migrations folder to see what migrations have been run. And there's nothing in there. And because there's nothing in there, it's actually going to run all migrations in this folder. So it's like, is there a row in the table called this big number initial? No, let's run that migration. Is there a row in the table called this with that. No, let's run that migration, and they become part of one migration batch. So if I do npx migrate latest, batch 1 ran 2 migrations. And if we refresh the data in this table, we can see that it now has 2 entries of the actual names of those migration files. So it knows that those 2 migrations have been run. And if we look back at our database, we now have, wait, where are we at? Go back. We now have all these tables that we were talking about, and they actually exist. But typically, like in the real world, you might actually have multiple migrations, like as your application changes and as you add new columns and stuff like that, or new columns, new tables, etc. So let's actually just roll back these migrations. So if I do knex migrate rollback, it is going to run. It's going to run them in reverse, and it's going to run the down. So this drops the tables here, and then this one drops these tables. So let's see it happen. In batch 1 rolled back 2 migrations. And so now if we go back to here, all of our tables are gone. And if we look back at the knex migrations folder, or knex migrations table, because we rolled back those migrations, they don't live in this table anymore. Drink purple. And thanks for the follow, Router Bomber. So yeah, that's basically how migrations work. And here's another thing I can show. Because when these migrations were run, and because neither of them had run before, they became a part of the same batch, meaning they ran at the exact same time. But what if this migration file didn't exist? Like for a split second, I'm going to move it out of the migrations folder. So now we only have 1 migration. And if I do npm run migrate latest, it'll do that. And if we look in the table, now there's only 1 migration, right? And if we look at the data, the tables, only the tables from that migration ran. And then if I move this migration back into the folder, now when I run npm run migrate, or npx knex migrate latest, it's going to see, oh, we've already run the initial migration. This is the only one that I need to run. And so I'll do that, and it runs the second one. But now, because these 2 things ran at a different time, they are technically 2 different batches. So if I refresh, now all of our tables exist. But because the migrations table has... You're welcome, future coding guard. Oh, thank you. But because there are 2 entries and they have a different batch ID, when I do a rollback, it's actually only going to roll back the last one. So I don't know, did anybody even ask about this? I don't know why I'm explaining all of this, but that's basically what's going to happen. So if we roll back this time, because they're in 2 different batches, it only ran the down of the last migration. So if I refresh this, the first one's still there, and all of the tables it created were still there. Okay, that's just how it works. Hopefully that was helpful to somebody that cares about it. Let's just, oh no! Oh no! And Sean with the $1 donation. Thank you very much, Sean. Sean also gave us the really big donation earlier. Wasn't it Sean? I think it was Sean. Yeah, thank you so much, Sean. You don't have to. Much appreciated. Yeah. I zoned out. Can you repeat that again? No. you can rewind the stream. Or go watch on YouTube. Or read the knex documentation, because I'm sure it'll tell you all of that. Oh, okay. So this is actually a very relevant error. So because this migration, the second one didn't, when I rolled it back, because it didn't drop these 2 columns that I had added to it, now technically my migrations are all out of whack. Because technically the down here should have dropped those 2 columns, because I technically added them in this migration. So technically I should have done table.drop column code and drop column code. But yeah, now I'm all in a weird state. Let's see. I'm actually just gonna, how can I fix this? One way to fix it is to just comment out this code right now when I run the latest migration. Yeah, F. Actually, type press F. I have what's it called? Better Twitch TV emote. It might be a Frankerface emote. Press F. Like that. Press F. Um, okay. But yeah, this is the fix. Ideally, if you had set up your migrations.down in the right way, you wouldn't have to do this. But for now, I'm just going to comment out those 2 lines so that doesn't try to run. Cool. All right. Now, uncomment this, and all of our migrations are in a good state. They have the right code for ups and downs. So technically, we could roll back, again. But then if I do latest, because they both exist in the folder, they're both going to run right now. Good to go. Don't press Alt-4F. So we've done it. I think it's taken us, 10 hours at this point or more? But we have a database. It's implemented. Let's make this white to say that we're done. So yeah, we've got a database. The thing is though, we initially had Pog. Thank you very much. If you type clap with a capital C in the chat, you can get the better Twitch TV clap emote. Clap for me, please. Hype, DB hype. I think we have Pog U. I think. Yeah, that. Yeah. Yeah, and there's CJ Troll. Thanks for the follow, Sausage Cam. I think I missed another follow. Yeah, thanks for the follow, WeChan. Is it time for drop table ABC cascade? No, we don't need that. If you keep running and rolling back migrations, how long until your hard drive stop working? I don't know. You'd have to look up the write cycles or the lifetime of an SSD. Thanks everyone. It's exciting. We did it. Someone needs to make a prequel SQL thing. I don't know what that is. Apparently clap in Danish means flap. That's good. Okay. Yes, but so one thing we started working on, I think like in the 3rd episode in the series, was seeding the database, but that was a little premature because there was a lot more work we needed to do on the database. So probably next time what we'll do is seeding on as much as the database that we can. So we'll seed the state and country tables with what makes sense to put in there based on the items that I'm going to have in my inventory. We'll seed like inventory locations, which are like places in my house, like upstairs pantry, downstairs freezer, downstairs shelves, upstairs closet. Those are all the locations that my inventory could be. Just different things like that. Things where we know what they're going to be ahead of time. What is that? Where we know what they're going to be ahead of time. We'll pre-populate the database with that data, and that's known as seeding the database. Can we get a bean emote? Yes, I think we can. CJ is hyped. He will make another streaming day today. No, what I mentioned is I am procrastinating right now. Like I need to get to work. Omega Pog you. So yeah, next time we'll do some more legitimate seeding, and we may start on the API. But I would not get your hopes up. Anybody that's been watching this series, the next video we're probably still not going to work on the API, but eventually. And if you're interested in all of this, you can check out my YouTube channel. Oh, you added that like that. But if you're new to my channel, you can check out the playlists or on YouTube, and there is this SQL playlist, and this is where we've been working on the database. Ultimately, it's just a lot of answering questions in the chat and re-explaining things, which is fine. But what I mentioned is eventually I'm going to take all of this content and turn it into a more consumable tutorial series. But for now, it's just us. We're just hanging out, doing everything we can. Yeah, and sadly, we did not make our 1337 donation goal for me to eat baked beans live on stream. But I appreciate so much everyone that donated, and I'm gonna take this money that was donated, and we're gonna send it to some COVID-related cause, because that's great. Thank you everyone for donating. It was a fun time with all your bean jokes, etc. Change the coding garden icon to growing beans instead. Buy beans and send the beans. All right, see you later, Portal Gaming. Thanks for hanging out with us. CJ donates donations. Yeah, of course. All right, I think I'm done. I gotta go. Let's find somebody to raid. And if you are watching on YouTube, you haven't made it over to Twitch yet. There's still apparently about 60 of you. But if you would like to join us in this raid, head over to twitch.tv/codinggarden, and we're going to find somebody to raid. Can we have a Mr. Bean emoji? That's a definite possibility. Saints Plays is streaming. Let's see what he's streaming. If he's streaming Clash of Code, I think we'll raid him. What is he doing? He is coding overlay things. Okay, we're not going to raid him. But Saints Plays is a mod here on the Coding Garden. Let's see who's on the live coders. Clarkio? I need to make a cryptocurrency named Beancoin. It's Saturday. I have no idea what I'm doing. Cool. What about the messy coder? Live dev interview with procedural worlds. What's happening there? Is that their cam? A raid. Yeah, so for those of you that are new to Twitch, a raid is where you take all the viewers of one stream and you send them to another stream. It's kind of like changing the channel on a TV, but it's a good way to share community and just be nice to all the other streamers on Twitch. Oh wait, did they just end? I think they just ended. Is Primogen actually live? I think that page was just outdated. Yeah, they rated me, or he rated me earlier. Primogen. That's not how you spell that. How do you spell? Oh, that's true. People doing Ludum Dare. The Primogen. The Primogen. Is it the Primogen? Is he live? We can raid him back. We can. Wait, why did he raid us if he's just streaming again? Should we raid him back? That would be pretty funny, right? Just to send all the viewers right back over. I guess he took a break, yeah. Let's see who else. Modeling items for my game. Revenge raid. Let's do it, and let's make a raid message that says revenge raid, because that's really funny. That's funny to me. All right, we're gonna take the Coding Garden raid message and just say revenge raid. Revenge raid. Oh, and let's add some animals, because Instafluff's here with us too. So we'll add like a puppy dog. You don't have to raid with us, Instafluff, but if anybody is still hanging out from the Instafluff raid, you can join us. We'll do a bunny. There we go. Copy that raid message and you can join us. Yeah, I like what Instafluff did too. It's kind of like Vaporwave Revenge Raid. Nice. Yeah, so copy paste that message and we'll use that in the raid for the Primogen I learned how to pronounce today. Thanks everyone for hanging out. Huge shout out to everyone that donated. Sadly, we didn't reach the goal to eat baked beans, but I appreciate you very much. And huge thanks to the Primogen for the raid and Instafluff for the raid. And thanks everyone for all the new follows. You all are great. And yeah, thank you. I'll just use my own revenge raid. And thanks for the follow, Fox Tour. And anybody else that raided that I missed, thank you very much. I appreciate you. And if you stick around, you'll see your name pop up on the screen. So, wherever you are... Oh, no. That was the wrong thing. Wherever you are in the world, have a wonderful morning, afternoon, evening, or night. And until next time, here's this.